Project Kronos, The Harvest. Chapter 1. The Writ of Reclamation. Admiral Karras stared at the sensor readout and decided someone in engineering was playing a prank. The atmospheric composition reading for Zylo 7 had changed 3 times in the last 10 minutes. First it said 72% nitrogen. Then it said 40% argon. Now it claimed the planet's air was 18% unknown organic compound, and the scanner was requesting a firmware update to process the data. He tabbed over to the geological survey. The continent below was supposedly experiencing seismic activity equivalent to a magnitude 4 earthquake. Continuous, for the last 6 hours, which was impossible unless the entire landmass was having a sustained muscle spasm. Tax Assessor Vane leaned over his shoulder, datapad clutched like a shield. The man smelled like hand sanitizer and anxiety. Admiral, I need a clean scan before we land. The Colonial Reclamation Act requires an economic impact baseline within the first 72 hours of contact. If the atmospheric data is corrupted, I can't accurately assess taxable biomass. Karras didn't look at him. Vane, we're extracting colonists who've been stranded for 500 years. They don't have taxable biomass. They have dirt and desperation. Vane made a notation on his datapad. Section 12, subsection C of the Act explicitly defines all organic matter within colonial boundaries as potential revenue streams, including but not limited to agricultural yields, livestock, and microbial cultures. If they've been farming, Admiral, they owe export tariffs. Karras closed his eyes, took a breath, opened them. The sensor readout now claimed the planet's gravity was fluctuating by 0.03% every 4 seconds. He tabbed it closed before his headache got worse. Hayes, he called to the comms officer. Is the lander ready? Lieutenant Hayes looked up from her station. Captain Okoye reports green across the board, sir. Hazmat protocols are active. She's requesting final clearance for descent. Approved. Tell her to land in Sector 4. The flatlands near the old settlement coordinates. He glanced at Vane. And yes, you can go down with the first wave. But if you slow down my Marines with tax assessments, I'm leaving you there. Vane actually smiled. It looked painful. I appreciate the opportunity for field research, Admiral. 10 minutes later, Karras watched the tactical feed as the lander dropped through the upper atmosphere. The hull glowed cherry red from friction. The sensor suite threw another error, this time claiming there was dense vegetation at 30,000 meters altitude. Hayes frowned at her console and rebooted the system twice. The error persisted. The lander punched through the cloud layer and the camera cleared. Karras saw rolling fields, a river cutting through lowlands, something that might have been structures in the distance, though they were too tall and too irregular to be standard colonial prefabs. Then the lander descended into Sector 4 and the field came into view. Corn. Except it wasn't corn. The stalks were easily 12 feet tall, thick as a man's thigh, and they were moving, not swaying, moving with purpose, bending toward the descending craft like spectators craning their necks at a stadium. The plants tracked the lander's descent with synchronized precision that made Karras's scalp prickle. The audio feed kicked in. At first it was just the roar of the engines. Then, underneath, something else. A low-frequency hum. Organic. Rhythmic. It sounded like whispering. Dozens of voices, maybe hundreds, all murmuring at once just below the threshold of comprehension. The sound made his teeth itch. Hayes, what is that noise? The lieutenant adjusted her headset. Unknown, sir. It's not mechanical. Spectral analysis suggests biological origin, but the pattern is too regular to be natural. It's almost like speech, but the phonemes don't match any language in the database. The lander touched down with a hydraulic hiss that cut through the whispering. The rear ramp dropped. Captain Okoye stepped out first, her squad fanning into a security perimeter. 30 Marines in full combat shells, railguns charged, helmet visors polarized against the local sun. Their boots crunched on soil that looked too dark, too rich, like compost. Vane stumbled out last, clutching his datapad, and looking like he'd made several poor life choices in rapid succession. The whispering stopped. The field went silent. The stalks leaned inward, forming a corridor, and through that corridor walked a man. was 7 feet tall if he was an inch. He wore a singlet made of woven kinetic mesh, the kind of material that should have cost more than a frigate's shields. The fabric shimmered with every step, redistribution fibers flexing like muscle. His skin was sun-darkened and scarred. He was holding a clipboard in one hand. In the other he held what looked like a weed whacker. Except the weed whacker was purring. Actually purring, a deep thrumming sound like a jaguar in mid-hunt. The cutting head rotated slowly, teeth gleaming, and the machine leaned into the man's grip like a dog pressing against its owner's leg. Okoye raised one hand, signaling the squad to hold position. She activated her external speakers. "This is Captain Okoye of the United Nations of Earth Reclamation Fleet. We're here to render humanitarian assistance to the survivors of Project Kronos. Identify yourself." The man stopped 15 meters out. He looked at Okoye, looked at the Marines, looked at the lander. Then he looked down at his clipboard and made a notation with a pencil stub tucked behind his ear. "You're parked illegally," he said. His voice was deep, roughened by decades of breathing air that wasn't quite right. The purring weed whacker rumbled louder, as if agreeing. He reached down and scratched behind what might have been the machine's engine cowling. It settled, contented. Okoye tilted her head. "Excuse me?" The man consulted his clipboard. "Sector 4 is a designated Class 4 agricultural biome. High-yield scream corn cultivation zone. Unauthorized landings require a permit from the Zoning Commission, a soil compaction impact assessment, and proof of anti-contamination measures." He tore off a sheet of carbon paper and held it out. "You've got none of that. You are hereby served, Earthman. You have 30 minutes to move your vessel, or the hydrangeas will move it for you. They are currently in a bulking cycle." Vane stepped forward, datapad raised like a talisman. "Now see here. Under the Colonial Reclamation Act, Section 12, Subsection C, we have full authority to establish a forward operating base on any contested or abandoned UNE territory. Your objections are noted but legally void." He looked at the citation, scanned it with his datapad, and actually laughed. A short nasal bark. "A parking fine? Are you serious? This is a sovereign UNE vessel engaged in emergency relief operations. You can't fine us." The man looked at Vane. Then he looked at the weed whacker. The machine purred louder. "The hydrangeas don't care about your act, Earthman." He made another check mark on his clipboard. "Threatening a municipal inspector during the performance of his duties. That's a felony. 29 minutes. He turned and walked back toward the field. The stalks parted for him, closing behind like a curtain. The weed whacker's purr faded into the distance. Vane turned to Okoye, still smiling. "Did he just try to cite us for a zoning violation? Captain, inform him that we operate under Admiralty authority and his local ordinances are superseded by emergency protocols." Okoye didn't answer. She was staring at the lander, specifically at the landing struts. They were sinking, slowly. Millimeter by millimeter, the 300-ton craft was settling into the soil like a man stepping into quicksand. Karras leaned forward on the bridge, eyes locked on the feed. "Hayes, status report." The lieutenant's fingers flew across her console. "Sir, soil composition is changing in real time beneath the lander. Spectral analysis shows enzymatic activity. High concentration of digestive acids, approximately 8.4 on the pH scale. The ground is liquefying under the weight. Root structures are infiltrating the landing gear. Measured tensile strength of individual roots is approximately 12,000 psi. They're pulling the craft down. Can they lift off? Not without ripping the struts clean off. The roots have anchored into the soil matrix. If they fire the engines now, they'll tear the undercarriage apart." On the feed, Okoye grabbed Vane by the collar and hauled him toward the ramp. "Everyone back on board, now!" The Marines pounded up the ramp. Vane stood frozen, staring at his datapad screen where the scanned citation still glowed. The fine amount was listed as 12,000 credits for illegal parking and 8,000 for regulatory non-compliance. His mouth worked soundlessly. Okoye grabbed him by the collar and physically dragged him up the ramp. The engine screamed. The lander strained against the soil. Karras watched the stress indicators climb into the red. Metal groaned. The craft rocked, fighting the grip of the roots. For 5 terrible seconds, nothing happened. The hydraulic pressure gauges spiked to critical. Then, with a wet tearing sound like ripping meat, the landing struts sheared free. The lander lurched into the air, wobbling, trailing root systems as thick as a man's torso. Chunks of metal and hydraulic fluid dripped from the stumps where the struts used to be. The craft gained altitude in fits and starts, the asymmetric weight distribution fighting the engines every meter. Hayes's voice crackled through. "Sir, Okoye reports catastrophic landing gear failure. They're losing hydraulic pressure, requesting emergency landing clearance." Below, the scream corn settled. The whispering resumed, louder now, almost conversational in its rhythm. The roots withdrew into the soil, dragging the severed landing gear with them like trophies. Within 30 seconds, the field looked undisturbed except for 3 dark holes where the lander had been. The holes closed as fresh stalks pushed up through the compost, growing at a rate that made the sensor suite throw another error. The new growth was already 5 feet tall. Hayes adjusted her headset, wincing. "Sir, that whispering is getting stronger. It's not interference. It's coordinated. Spectral analysis shows a carrier frequency consistent with organic data transmission. Sir, the static we've been reading since orbit, it's not interference. It's them. Phoneme patterns match linguistic structure. The field is talking to something." She paused, checking her display. "Sir, the stalks are all oriented toward the lander. They're tracking it." Karras stared at the feed. 12-foot plants bending in perfect synchronization, following the damaged craft as it limped across the sky. Vane's voice came through the comms, shaky but gaining confidence as he fell back on procedure. "Admiral, I'm filing the citation as evidence of first contact protocol violations. The fine structure suggests an established municipal government with taxing authority. I'm also calculating compound interest on the base fine. If they're operating under pre-severance legal frameworks, the accrual rate could be as high as 8% annually compounded over 5 centuries. Adjusted for inflation, we may owe them approximately 47 million credits. Sir, this is a liability issue." Karras stared at the feed, at the field that had just eaten 3 tons of titanium and sent them a bill. At the scream corn already growing over the disturbed soil, fresh stalks reaching 5 feet in under a minute. Hayes checked her console. "Sir, we have 23 minutes remaining on the timer. Okoye is requesting emergency landing clearance. The port engine is overheating." Karras rubbed his temples. "Tell her to hold position while we scan for a viable LZ. And Hayes, get me a full atmospheric analysis on that whispering. I want to know what it's saying and who it's talking to." "Yes, sir." He looked at the timer. 23 minutes. He looked at the planet that had been lost for 500 years and had apparently spent every one of them getting better at paperwork than Earth. "And Vane?" "Yes, Admiral." "Stop calculating. We're not paying that fine." Chapter 2. Eminent Domain. The lander hit the concrete pad hard enough to crack the remaining shock absorbers. Captain Okoye braced against the bulkhead as the craft shuddered, tilted 15 degrees to port where the missing landing strut should have been, and finally settled with a grinding screech of metal on stone. The emergency klaxons cut out. For 3 seconds there was perfect silence. Then the hull started pinging as it cooled, each pop sounding like small arms fire. Okoye keyed her helmet comm. "All personnel, sound off." The squad leads reported in. 30 Marines, all green. No casualties. Just bruised egos and the lingering taste of adrenaline. She checked her own suit readouts. Atmosphere was breathable, if you didn't mind air that tasted like compost and copper. Gravity was 0.97 standard. Radiation was nominal. The concrete pad registered as thermally inert. No enzymatic activity, no root infiltration. So far, the pad was the only safe thing they'd found on this planet. She cycled the rear ramp. The hydraulics groaned, compensating for the tilt, and the door dropped. Bright sunlight flooded the troop bay. Okoye stepped out first, railgun up, scanning the perimeter through her helmet's tactical overlay. The concrete pad was roughly circular, maybe 200 meters across, poured in sections with visible seams. Beyond the concrete, vegetation pressed in on all sides, dense, dark, and coiled around what looked like metal framework. Old structures half consumed by greenery. The plants didn't move, but they felt like they were watching. Her squad fanned out, taking positions. Corporal de Vries knelt at the edge, prodding the soil beyond with his combat knife. He pulled the blade back fast. "Captain, the dirt's warm. Body temperature warm, and it's moving." Okoye walked over. The soil churned slowly, not like wind or water, but like muscle contracting under skin. Her scanner showed dense organic matter, interlaced root systems extending down 60 meters, bioelectrical activity strong enough to power a city block. "Stay on the concrete," she ordered. "Nothing crosses that line without my authorization." Behind her, Vane stumbled down the cargo ramp, clutching his data pad. He looked like a man who'd survived a crash, which he had. He walked to the edge, stared at the vegetation, made a notation. "Captain, I need to update the environmental impact assessment. The foliage density exceeds UNE settlement guidelines by 400%. We'll need deforestation permits before establishing permanent infrastructure." Okoye didn't look at him. "Vane, we have a broken lander and 30 Marines standing on the only piece of ground that isn't trying to digest us, which makes it prime real estate under the Colonial Reclamation Act. I should file a land claim." He tapped his screen. "Also, we're past the inspector's deadline. The compound interest is accruing at the penalty rate. We now owe approximately 47,600,000 credits, adjusted for the last 4 minutes of non-compliance." "Vane." "Yes, Captain. Let me work." She switched to the command channel. "Admiral, this is Okoye. We're down and secure. Requesting engineer assessment on the lander and tactical guidance on perimeter expansion." Karras's voice crackled through. "Roger that, Captain. Engineering is en route. Your primary objective is to establish a defensible position. We need to show territorial control before they claim we abandoned the site." "Understood. What about the vegetation?" "Avoid contact unless necessary. We don't know what we're dealing with yet." "Copy that. Okoye out." She walked the perimeter. The concrete was good ground, but it was an island. The vegetation formed a wall, dense enough that visibility beyond 10 meters was zero. They'd need to clear a field of fire if they wanted to hold this position. She gestured to Sergeant Kowalski. "Get a fire team. We need 20 meters of clear ground. Start with that tree stand at our 3 o'clock. Use cutting torches. Mark the fall zone. Standard deforestation procedure." Kowalski nodded, grabbed 3 Marines, and moved to the northeastern edge. They stepped off the concrete carefully, boots sinking an inch into the warm soil. 30 meters out stood a cluster of massive trees, trunks easily 5 meters in diameter, bark ridged like armor. Vines coiled up the trunks in spiral patterns, thick as pythons. The trees didn't sway. They stood perfectly still, like pillars holding up the sky. Private Chen activated his plasma torch. The blue flame hissed to life. He approached the nearest tree, positioned the torch at the base, and began cutting. The bark blackened, cracked, peeled away in strips. The wood beneath was pale, fibrous, and wet. Chen worked the torch in a horizontal line, slicing through the trunk. Smoke rose. The smell of burning cellulose filled the air. He was halfway through when the forest started screaming. Not the whispering from the scream corn. This was different. High-pitched, mechanical, overlapping frequencies that made Okoye's teeth ache even through her helmet's audio dampeners. The tree Chen was cutting shuddered. The vines wrapped around it tightened. The ground beneath the Marine's feet lurched. Not an earthquake, but a sudden drop of 5 centimeters, like the earth had inhaled. De Vries checked his scanner. "Captain, I'm reading massive root displacement. The entire grid is shifting. It's like the trees are connected underground and we just cut a support beam." "Chen, abort the cut. Everyone back to the pad. Now." Chen killed the torch and turned to run. The tree groaned. Not wind. Structural failure. The trunk tilted, but it didn't fall. Instead, the vines caught it, bracing the damaged section, redistributing the weight to the surrounding trees. The screaming intensified, and then the wasps came. They poured out of the canopy like smoke, thousands of them. Weed whacker wasps, Okoye's helmet tagged them. Autonomous pruning drones gone feral. Each one was the size of a human fist, carapaces made of segmented metal, wings that buzzed with electric hum, mandibles that rotated like drill bits. They moved in perfect coordination, a swarm with a single mind. Okoye's helmet tagged them as hostile. She raised her railgun. Open fire! Defensive pattern, fall back to the pad. The Marines opened up. Railgun slugs tore through the swarm, shredding dozens of wasps per second. It didn't matter. For every wasp that fell, 10 more took its place. They descended on the fire team. Kowalski fired point blank into the cloud, his weapon's barrel glowing red from sustained fire. A wasp landed on his railgun, mandibles spinning. It bit through the barrel shroud, severed the power coupling. The weapon died. Kowalski stared at it. What the... 3 more wasps landed on the gun, pulling it from his hands with coordinated strength. They lifted it into the air, carrying it toward the trees like ants hauling prey. Kowalski grabbed for it, missed. "It ate my rifle!" Chen screamed, batting wasps away from his helmet. His plasma torch was torn from his belt. De Vries's ammunition pouches were ripped open, magazines spilling into the dirt where smaller wasps swarmed them, dragging them away piece by piece. The fire team ran. The wasps pursued, herding them back toward the concrete. Okoye laid down suppressing fire, but the swarm didn't break. It flowed around her shots like water. The Marines hit the concrete and the wasps stopped. They hovered at the edge of the pad, a buzzing wall of metal and fury, but they didn't cross. Okoye kept her weapon trained on them. "Kowalski, status?" "Rifle gone, torch gone, half our ammunition stripped. No casualties, but we're down 30% combat effectiveness." He glared at the swarm. "What the hell are those things?" Vane stepped forward, data pad glowing. "Cross-referencing visual data with colonial agriculture databases. Probable classification. Autonomous pollination and maintenance drones, likely repurposed from pre-severance farming equipment. The mandibles suggest pruning functionality. They probably think you're invasive growth. They stole our guns, Vane, which reinforces the invasive classification. They're removing foreign objects from the ecosystem." The vegetation rustled. The wasps parted, forming a corridor. And through that corridor walked the rototiller beast. It was the size of a small truck, built low to the ground with 6 articulated legs ending in broad, shovel-like feet. The body was organic and mechanical fused together, pistons running alongside muscle, hydraulic lines parallel to veins. The head was vaguely bovine, 3 eyes in a triangle, a mouth full of grinding plates. Exhaust vents along its flanks leaked steam with each breath. It smelled like hot oil and fertilizer. Riding on its back, one hand on a control yoke, was a man. He was broad-shouldered, maybe 6'2", wearing overalls made of kinetic mesh stained with dirt and grease. His face was weathered, beard streaked with gray. In his free hand he held a ceramic burner, the kind used for incense, trailing thin smoke. Clipped to his belt was a spray bottle, clear plastic. The label read, in bold red letters, "Bad Dog." The man looked at the Marines, looked at the damaged tree, looked at the swarm of wasps hovering in agitation. He sighed, the sound of a man deeply disappointed. He dismounted from the rototiller beast, patted its flank. The creature settled, legs folding with a pneumatic hiss. He raised the burner, waving the smoke toward the swarm. Then he started humming, not a tune, a low rhythmic drone, barely audible over the buzzing. The wasp's flight patterns changed. The erratic aggression smoothed into lazy circles. The buzzing dropped in pitch. The man pulled out the spray bottle, aimed it at the swarm, and sprayed 3 times. Bad. No snacking on visitors. The wasps retreated, not fleeing, obeying. They pulled back into the canopy, carrying the stolen equipment with them. Within 30 seconds, the air was clear. The man tucked the bottle back into his belt and extinguished the burner. He walked to the damaged tree, knelt, ran his hand along the cut. He shook his head. "Load-bearing column. You just destabilized 60 meters of canopy. The whole grid's going to need rebalancing." Okoye kept her weapon trained on him. "Identify yourself. This area is under UNE authority." The man ignored her. He walked back to the rototiller beast, rummaged in a saddlebag, pulled out a data pad. Older model, scratched casing, but functional. He made several notations, then turned to face Okoye. "You're being billed for property damage. 1 load-bearing structural tree, 60 years old, Route access to municipal water and power. Replacement cost, 40,000 credits. Emergency ecosystem rebalancing, 12,000 credits. Stress compensation for the weed whacker wasps, 8,000 credits. He held out the datapad. Total, 60,000 credits, payable to the Environmental Services Department within 30 days. Late fees apply. Vane stepped forward, raising his own datapad. We can test this charge under UNE emergency protocols. We were establishing defensive infrastructure on reclaimed territory. The man looked at him like he was a slow child. You cut a tree that was holding up half the canopy. That's not defense. That's vandalism. The invoice stands. He mounted the rototiller beast. Careful with that flamethrower, son, he said, nodding at DeVries, who still had his plasma torch clipped to his belt. That ivy over there has a lawyer and a heat sink. He patted the beast. It stood, legs unfolding. He rode back into the vegetation. The plants closed behind him like a curtain. The forest went silent. The Marines stood frozen. Kowalski stared at his empty hands where his rifle used to be. Chen looked at the tree, still standing, braced by vines. DeVries unclipped his torch and held it away from his body like it might explode. Vane made a notation on his datapad. Updating threat assessment. Category: aggressive municipal horticulture with legally empowered enforcement mechanisms. Okoye switched to the command channel. Admiral, we have a problem. What kind of problem, Captain? She looked at the forest, at the damaged tree, at the place where the wasps had disappeared, still carrying Kowalski's rifle. The kind where the landscaping has union representation and billing authority, sir. Chapter 3. Cease and desist. Vane stood at the edge of the concrete pad, staring at the itemized invoice on his datapad. 60,000 credits for one tree. He'd done the math 3 times. At this rate, establishing a functional perimeter would cost more than the entire colonial reclamation budget. He made a notation, highlighted it, sent it to Admiral Karras with a priority flag. Then he made a decision that would later be described in official reports as catastrophically ill-advised. He walked over to where Sergeant Kowalski was running diagnostics on the squad's heavy weapons. Sergeant, I need you to prepare incendiary protocols. Kowalski looked up from the plasma torch he'd been recalibrating since the WASP incident. Sir, we can't afford to keep getting billed for property damage every time we clear brush. If we eliminate the vegetation quickly and completely, there won't be anything left to charge us for. Vane pulled up a legal reference on his datapad. Under Emergency Reclamation Statute 42, we're authorized to use necessary force to establish safe working conditions. The plants are a clear and present danger. We burn them out, we file the action as hazard mitigation, and we're legally covered. Kowalski glanced at Captain Okoye, who was conferring with Lieutenant Hayes near the lander. Captain's going to want to sign off on that, sir. The captain is busy. I'm exercising my authority as senior civilian administrator. Vane made another notation. Prepare a fire team. Plasma torches, incendiary charges, whatever you need to clear a 50-meter perimeter. We do this quickly, we do this thoroughly, and we do it before they can send another bill. 30 minutes later, 6 Marines stood at the edge of the concrete, armed with plasma torches and demolition charges. The vegetation pressed in around them, vines coiled and waiting, the soil warm and churning. Kowalski raised his torch, looked back at Vane. Last chance to reconsider, sir. Vane nodded. Proceed. Kowalski lit the torch. The blue flame hissed to life, superheated plasma that could cut through starship hull plating. He aimed it at the nearest cluster of vines and opened up. The vegetation ignited instantly, blackening, curling, the smell of burning cellulose flooding the air. The other Marines joined in, 5 torches cutting arcs of fire through the undergrowth. Smoke rose in thick columns, the plants burned. For about 10 seconds it worked. Then the forest started screaming. Not the mechanical buzz of the weed whacker wasps. This was deeper, resonant, like metal grinding against metal at a frequency that made bones ache. The vines that weren't burning pulled back, retreating into the tree line. The soil stopped churning. Everything went still. Okoye ran to the perimeter, helmet sealing automatically. Kowalski, cease fire. Everyone back to the pad. The Marines retreated, torches still burning. They'd cleared maybe 20 meters, leaving a scorched semicircle of blackened earth and ash. Vane stepped forward, checking the damage. See? Effective. No intact vegetation means no billing for... The screaming stopped. The forest went silent. Then the burned zone started moving. Not the soil, the ash itself. Fresh green shoots pushed up through the blackened earth, uncoiling like springs under tension. Not slow growth. Fast. Impossibly fast. Okoye's helmet scanner tracked the biomass expansion and threw an error. The growth rate didn't match any known terrestrial or colonial flora. Vines erupted from the ash, thicker than the ones they'd burned, bark already hardening into armored plates. Within 30 seconds, the cleared zone was covered in new growth, green and vibrant, reaching toward the Marines like grasping fingers. Kowalski backed toward the concrete. "Captain, it's regrowing. The fire didn't kill it, it just..." A vine whipped out, wrapped around his ankle, and pulled. He went down hard, rifle clattering. More vines followed, coiling around his legs, his waist, pinning his arms to his sides. He struggled, tried to rip free. The vines tightened, not crushing, just holding. Firm, but almost gentle, like restraints in a medical bay. DeVries fired his torch at the vines holding Kowalski. The flame cut through 1, 2 vines. 3 more grew in their place, faster than he could burn them. Then the vines grabbed DeVries. One wrapped his torch arm, pulled it down, forced him to drop the flame. Another coiled around his chest, lifting him off his feet. He kicked, swore, tried to break free. The vines didn't hurt him. They just held him, suspended 2 feet off the ground, wrapped like cargo being secured for transport. Chen tried to run. Vines sprouted directly in his path, forming a wall. He veered left. More vines. Right. More vines. They herded him back toward the burned zone, where fresh growth was already waist-high and still rising. A thick vine caught his boot, yanked it out from under him. He fell into the greenery and disappeared beneath a blanket of leaves and coiling stems. His muffled cursing suggested he was unharmed but thoroughly trapped. Okoye ordered suppressing fire. The Marines who weren't already caught opened up, railgun slugs shredding the new growth. It didn't matter. For every vine they destroyed, 5 more sprouted. The vegetation grew faster than they could kill it, adapting, learning from each destroyed strand. One vine caught Mendoza's rifle barrel mid-burst, wrapped it tight and bent the barrel 30 degrees. The weapon jammed. Before she could drop it, another vine wrapped her wrist, pulling her toward the mass of growth. She dug her heels in. A root broke through the concrete beneath her feet and wrapped her ankle. She went down, vines swarming over her armor, pinning her in place. Torres backed toward the lander, still holding his plasma torch. A vine snaked around his ankle. He cut it with the torch. Another wrapped his free hand. He dropped the torch, grabbed for his combat knife. Vines coiled around both wrists, pulling his arms wide, holding him spread eagle. The torch lay on the concrete, flame dying. A smaller vine crept forward, wrapped around the tool's handle, and dragged it back into the undergrowth like a prize. Within 2 minutes, 6 Marines were tangled in the rapidly expanding vegetation, held in various states of immobility. Some pinned to the ground, some suspended in the air, all wrapped in layers of vines that tightened whenever they struggled. The vines didn't cut off circulation, didn't crush armor. They just held, firm and unrelenting, like the forest itself had decided the Marines needed a timeout. Then the buzzing started. The weed whacker wasps poured out of the canopy, the same swarm from Chapter 2, mandibles rotating, wings humming with electric charge. But they weren't attacking. They were scavenging. They descended on the Marines' equipment, targeting anything that looked like a cutting tool or heat source. A wasp landed on Kowalski's rifle, mandibles spinning, and started chewing through the power coupling. Another grabbed DeVries' combat knife from his belt sheath and flew off with it. 3 more swarmed Chen's plasma torch, which had fallen when the vines grabbed him, and carried it away in coordinated flight. The wasps worked methodically, stripping the Marines of weapons, tools, anything that could burn or cut. They ignored the armor plating, the helmets, the basic uniforms. Just the hazards, just the things that had caused the fire. Within minutes, they'd confiscated 6 plasma torches, 4 combat knives, and Chen's sidearm. which one particularly ambitious wasp managed to unclip from his holster before he could grab it. Vane stood at the edge of the concrete, watching the operation with the numb expression of a man whose entire understanding of reality was being systematically dismantled. He made a notation on his data pad with shaking hands. Rapid regenerative response to thermal damage, autonomous containment protocols, equipment confiscation via biological repo agents. The vegetation rustled. The gardener rode out of the tree line on the rototiller beast, surveying the scene with the tired patience of a man who'd explained fire safety too many times. He dismounted, walked to the nearest tangled marine, which happened to be Kowalski, and inspected the vines holding him. He nodded, seemingly satisfied with the restraint technique, then pulled out his datapad. "Unlicensed thermal alteration of municipal vegetation," he said, making notes. 60 meters of primary growth, deliberately burned without environmental impact assessment or forestry permit. Triggered emergency regeneration protocols, which consumed significant resources from the root grid. He consulted his datapad. Replacement cost for destroyed biomass, 200,000 credits. Emergency regrowth and containment response, 80,000 credits. Confiscated equipment processing and storage, 30,000 credits. Damage to root network infrastructure, 50,000 credits. He looked up. Total, 360,000 credits. Add that to your existing debt of 60,000, brings you to 420,000 credits total. Okoye, still standing but watching her marines struggle in the vines, kept her voice level. "What about my people? Are you going to release them?" The gardener looked at the tangled marines, considered. "Vines are just doing their job. You set fire to the ecosystem, it responded with containment protocols. Standard procedure for invasive thermal threats. Your people violated the growth zone, so they're being held for processing." He paused. "Could leave them there for the full remediation cycle. Takes about 6 hours. Good for the soil, not so good for circulation." 6 hours? Or I can file an early release authorization. Requires acknowledging receipt of the violation notice and accepting liability for damages. He held up the datapad, showing a digital form. "Sign here, they go free. Refuse, and the vines hold them until the ecosystem decides they've been sufficiently corrected." Okoye looked at Vane, who was still frozen at the concrete edge. Looked at her marines, wrapped in living restraints that tightened slightly when they struggled. Looked back at the gardener. "Where do I sign?" He handed her a stylus. She signed the digital pad. The gardener whistled, a sharp 2-note pattern. The vines immediately began unwinding, releasing the marines one by one. Kowalski fell to the ground as the restraints let go, gasping. De Vries landed on his feet, stumbling. Chen crawled out of the vegetation, leaves in his hair, looking like he'd lost a fight with a garden. Within a minute, all 6 were free, dirty, missing most of their equipment, but unharmed. The wasps retreated into the canopy, still carrying the confiscated torches and blades. The vines withdrew into the undergrowth, leaving the burned zone covered in fresh greenery that was already shoulder-high. The gardener mounted the rototiller beast. "Your equipment will be held as evidence pending environmental review. You can file for return in 6 to 8 months after completing the mandatory forestry safety course and obtaining proper permits." Vane found his voice. 6 to 8 months? We need those weapons for defensive operations. The gardener looked at him with the expression of a man who'd heard every excuse. "Should have thought of that before you committed arson against municipal property. Also, you damaged approximately 600 individual plants in that burn, 70 to 90 years old each. They're part of the collective root network. Their connected biomass is filing for damages. Plants can't file complaints," Vane said weakly. "On Zylo 7, everything has family. Root networks share genetic material across the entire biome. You burned one plant, you damaged its siblings, cousins, and extended root connections. They're all part of the same legal entity." He gestured at the forest. "You're being sued by a forest, collectively. I'd get a lawyer." The Marine stood in silence, half naked, surrounded by piles of cut fabric and severed equipment straps. Chen pulled at the remains of his uniform sleeve, which ended abruptly mid-bicep. Kowalski checked his armor for salvageable pieces, found none. De Vries just sat down, hard in his underwear and combat boots, and put his head in his hands. Okoye switched to the command channel. "Admiral, this is Okoye. Update on the perimeter clearing operation." Karras's voice came through, clipped. "Report, Captain." "The vegetation fought back, sir. It deployed autonomous pruning drones. They disarmed and de-uniformed 6 of my Marines. We now owe 400,000 credits. Our equipment has been confiscated for 6 to 8 months pending permit review, and we're being sued by 600 plants and their extended family networks." Long pause. "De-uniformed?" "Yes, sir. Stripped to their underlayers. The drones classified them as invasive overgrowth requiring aggressive pruning." Another pause. Longer. "Captain, tell Vane to stop trying to solve our problems with fire. It's making things exponentially worse." "Understood, sir." Vane sat down on the concrete, datapad in his lap, staring at the invoice. 440,000 credits. The number didn't feel real. He looked at the burned zone, already sprouting fresh growth, green shoots pushing through the ash. He looked at the Marines, sitting in exhausted clusters covered in soil. He looked at his datapad and made a notation. "Request legal counsel," he typed. "Urgent. Defendant is a forest. Plaintiffs include 600 plants, 1 autonomous composting system, and possibly the concept of landscaping itself." He hit send. Then he looked at the tree line where the vegetation had closed over the gardener's path and wondered if maybe, just maybe, they'd picked the wrong planet to audit. Chapter 4. Arbitration. The infirmary of the UNE Indemnity looked like the aftermath of a gardening accident at a chemical plant. Tax Assessor Vane stood in the doorway, watching the medics catalog injuries that made absolutely no sense. Corporal Hendrick sat on a bed, his entire left arm wrapped in treated gauze. The medical chart clipped to the railing read, "Chemical burns, 3rd degree, source unknown." Vane had read the field report. The source was poison ivy. Weaponized poison ivy that had apparently decided federal Marines tasted like fertilizer. Private Torres lay in the next bed, her face swollen like a balloon. The chart said allergic reaction, acute, projectile trauma. Vane didn't need to read the report for that one. He'd watched the shuttle footage. The weed whacker wasps had stung her 47 times before stealing her sidearm. The medical AI had flagged the stings as ballistic impacts because the venom sacs had ruptured on contact with enough force to dent Kevlar. Sergeant Volk was 3 beds down, his shoulder in a sling, dislocated joint, compression injury. The vines had squeezed him like a python until his humerus popped out of the socket. The medic had needed a hydraulic jack to get the roots off. Vane pulled up his datapad and scrolled through the damage assessments. 42 Marines injured. 0 bullets fired by the enemy. 0 projectile wounds. Just bruises, rashes, dislocations, and 1 case of severe dehydration after a private had been trapped inside a scream corn stalk for 6 hours. The corn had grown around him, sealed him in, and then played his own panicked radio chatter back at him on loop until he passed out. The psychiatric evaluation was still pending. Admiral Karras appeared in the doorway behind Vane, his uniform crisp, his expression carved from stone. He didn't say anything. He just looked at the rows of beds, at the medics moving between them, at the sheer absurdity of a military infirmary treating gardening casualties. Finally he spoke, his voice flat. "What's the bill?" Vane swiped to the financial summary and turned the datapad so Karras could see. The number at the bottom was highlighted in red. Karras stared at it for 5 full seconds. 47.4 million credits, he read aloud. Plus 1.2 million in damages from the environmental incident. He looked at Vane. "They're invoicing us for plants." Vane nodded. "Registered municipal assets, sir. Each iron root vine had a serial number. They're claiming we destroyed heritage flora." Karras pinched the bridge of his nose. "And the medical expenses?" "They billed us for trauma counseling," Vane said quietly. "For the wasps. Apparently watching us run away caused them emotional distress." Karras laughed. It was a short, bitter sound. Emotional distress, for insects. He turned and walked out of the infirmary. Vane followed. They stopped in the corridor outside, where the air didn't smell like antiseptic and shame. Karras leaned against the bulkhead, staring at the ceiling. "They sent us an invitation," he said. "Arrived this morning. Diplomatic courier. Hand-delivered by a man riding something that looked like a plow with teeth. Vane blinked. An invitation to what? Karras pulled a folded piece of paper from his jacket and handed it to Vane. It was heavy stock, the kind you'd use for a wedding. The script was formal, almost elegant. Vane read it aloud. The people of Zylo 7 cordially invite the United Nations of Earth to attend a pre-trial conference regarding matters of mutual legal interest. Venue, the Squared Circle. Time, 1400 local. Dress code, formal or functional. Refreshments provided. RSVP required. Vane looked up. What's the Squared Circle? Karras pushed off the bulkhead. You're about to find out. The shuttle descended through a sky that smelled like ozone and cut grass. Vane sat alone in the passenger bay, his datapad clutched in both hands. He'd loaded every legal precedent he could find. Colonial charters, federal tax codes, reclamation protocols, 200 years of case law. The pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. Approaching coordinates, landing zone is, it's a dirt patch, sir. No tarmac, no beacons, just dirt. Vane didn't respond. The shuttle touched down with a soft thud, and the ramp lowered. Vane stepped out into sunlight that felt too bright, too warm. He was standing in the center of a perfectly circular clearing. The ground was packed dirt, raked smooth with faint lines marking concentric rings. Around the perimeter stood hundreds of colonists. They weren't cheering. They weren't hostile. They were just watching, the way you'd watch a town hall meeting or a zoning dispute. Vane noticed the ring posts first. 4 of them, evenly spaced, each one 12 feet tall and wrapped in vines that pulsed faintly with bioluminescence. Between the posts stretched ropes, not synthetic cable. Actual rope, braided from something organic, something alive. The ropes hummed softly, vibrating at a frequency Vane could feel in his teeth. A colonist stepped into the circle. She was tall, easily 6.5 feet, with shoulders broad enough to make Vane feel like a child. She wore a robe that looked judicial, formal, except the sleeves had been torn off and the hem was caked with mud. Around her waist was a belt, not a normal belt, a championship belt, gold-plated, leather-strapped, with a center plate engraved with words Vane could just barely read. Planetary Magistrate. She stopped 10 feet away and clasped her hands behind her back. When she spoke, her voice carried across the clearing without effort. Tax Assessor Vane of the United Nations of Earth. I am Magistrate Halina Koval. You may call me the Gavel. She gestured at the ring posts. Welcome to the Squared Circle. This is where we settle legal disputes. Vane looked at the ropes, at the dirt, at the crowd. This is a wrestling ring, he said slowly. The Gavel nodded. It's also a courthouse. On Zylo 7, they're the same thing. She walked to the center of the circle and stopped, turning to face him. You're here because you filed a claim. Specifically, you claim that Zylo 7 owes the United Nations of Earth 515 years of back taxes, plus penalties, plus interest. You also claim the authority to enforce federal law on this planet. She paused. Is that correct? Vane stepped forward, his datapad held like a shield. That's correct, Magistrate. Under the Colonial Expansion Act of 2026, all colonies established with federal funding remain subject to federal jurisdiction. Zylo 7 was funded by Earth. Therefore, Zylo 7 is subject to Earth law. The Gavel tilted her head slightly. And you base this claim on what document? Vane tapped his datapad. The Colonial Charter. Signed on March 14, 2026. Article 4, subsection 2. All colonies shall remit taxes to the federal treasury in proportion to their gross planetary product. It's very clear. The Gavel nodded slowly. It is clear. I've read the charter, all 900 pages. She reached into her robe and pulled out a piece of paper. Not a datapad. Actual paper, yellowed with age, sealed in a transparent protective sleeve. She held it up so the crowd could see. This is a copy of the original charter, the one your ancestors gave us when we left Earth. She lowered it, looking at Vane. Tell me, Assessor, have you read the whole charter, or just the parts your legal department highlighted? Vane's throat tightened. I've reviewed the relevant sections. The Gavel smiled. It wasn't a cruel smile. It was the smile of a teacher watching a student walk into a trap. Then you missed Article 7, subsection 9. She unfolded the paper carefully and began to read. In the event of legal disputes between the colonial authority and the federal government, resolution shall be determined via trial by arbitration, conducted under the judicial framework established by the colony at the time of dispute. She looked up. Do you know what that means, Assessor? Vane stared at the paper. It means disputes are settled by arbitration. The gavel nodded. Correct. And do you know what Zylo 7's judicial framework is? She gestured at the ring. This, the squared circle. We settle disputes the same way we've settled them for 5 centuries. Physically, legally, publicly. She folded the paper and tucked it back into her robe. Your charter, your law. You wrote the loophole. We're just using it. Vane felt the ground tilt under his feet. That's an archaic statute. It predates modern arbitration standards. No federal court would recognize. The charter predates the federal court system, the gavel interrupted. Her voice was calm, almost gentle. Article 7 was written in 2026. Your federal arbitration standards weren't codified until 2089. Which one takes precedence, Assessor? The original contract or the rules you invented later? Vane opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. This is absurd, he said finally. You're telling me that legal disputes are settled by... what? Wrestling? Fistfights? The gavel shook her head. Not wrestling. Kinetic litigation. It's a formal legal process. Both parties present their arguments. Both parties present their champions. The champions engage in physical arbitration. The winner's argument becomes binding law. She gestured at the ropes. It's very civilized. We have rules, weight classes, time limits, medical staff. She paused. And waivers. Vane's hands were shaking. He looked down at his data pad, at the neat rows of citations and precedents, at the carefully highlighted sections. None of it mattered. He looked up at the gavel. And if we refuse? The gavel's expression didn't change. Then we assume you're withdrawing your claim. You leave. We keep our sovereignty. You keep your debt. She paused. 48.6 million credits, as of this morning. Interest compounds daily. Vane felt his stomach drop. You're extorting us. The gavel's smile returned. We're billing you. For services rendered. The iron root you destroyed was maintaining the structural integrity of a load-bearing hill. Without it, the hill collapsed. We had to re-terrace the entire slope. Labor costs, equipment rentals, geological surveys. She pulled a small ledger from her robe and flipped it open. Would you like an itemized breakdown? Vane didn't answer. The gavel snapped the ledger shut. Here's the deal, Assessor. You want to collect taxes? You want to enforce federal authority? Prove you have the strength to hold it. She walked to the ropes and rested one hand on the top strand. It vibrated under her touch, humming louder. The Grand Tribunal. 7 matches. 7 champions. You win, we acknowledge federal sovereignty. We pay the taxes. We follow your laws. She looked back at him. We win, you leave, forever, and you waive the debt. Vane's voice came out as a whisper. 7 matches. The gavel nodded. Best of 7. Standard kinetic litigation rules. No weapons. No foreign objects unless they're agricultural in nature. No strikes below the belt unless both parties agree. 3-count pin or submission to win. She pulled a folded document from her robe and held it out. The contract, tournament bracket, liability waivers, medical release forms, all very official. Vane took the document with numb fingers. It was thick, 50 pages at least. The cover page had a seal embossed in wax. He flipped it open and read the first line. Participant acknowledges that physical arbitration may result in injury, dismemberment, or catastrophic structural failure of bone-adjacent load-bearing tissues. He looked up. This says we might die. The gavel shrugged. It's a standard waiver, legal boilerplate. You can have your attorneys review it. She paused. You have 24 hours to accept. After that, we assume forfeit. Vane stared at the contract. Around him, the crowd murmured. Not hostile. Just interested, like they were watching a municipal tax hearing. The gavel walked past him toward the edge of the circle. She stopped at the rope line and turned back. "One more thing, Assessor," she called. "When you talk to your admiral, tell him something for me." Vane looked up. "What?" The gavel gestured at the ring. "Tell him to bring a mouthguard." The shuttle lifted off in silence. Vane sat alone, the contract spread across his lap. Through the viewport, he could see the squared circle shrinking below, the crowd dispersing, the ring posts still glowing faintly. He tapped his comm. "Vane to Indemnity. I need an emergency session with Admiral Karras and the legal team." The reply came instantly. "Acknowledged. What's the priority level?" Vane looked at the contract, at the waiver, at the tournament bracket with 7 empty slots waiting to be filled. "Priority Alpha," he said quietly. "We're being sued, and the courtroom is a cage match." Above him, the Indemnity hung in orbit, its white hull gleaming against the black. Inside, Admiral Karras would be waiting. Inside, the legal team would already be arguing. Inside, someone would have to decide whether the United Nations of Earth was willing to step into a ring and fight for the right to collect taxes from a planet that had turned bureaucracy into a contact sport. Vane closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat. In his hands, the contract felt heavier than it should. On page 47, in small print at the bottom, was a single line he couldn't stop reading. "The tribunal is binding. No appeals, no retrials. The winner is the law." The shuttle docked. The airlock cycled. Vane stepped into the corridor and walked toward the Admiral's ready room, the contract tucked under his arm like a bomb. Behind him, through the viewports, Zylo 7 turned slowly in the void. Green. Patient. Waiting. Chapter 5. The Stay of Execution. Admiral Karras stood on the observation deck of the UNE Indemnity, staring down at Zylo 7 through the viewport. The planet turned below him, green and defiant. Every square kilometer a reminder that he'd lost control of the situation the moment his shuttle had touched dirt. Behind him, the tactical display showed the tournament contract projected in holographic detail. 7 empty brackets. 7 chances to lose. He'd spent 6 hours with the legal team. 6 hours listening to them explain why every loophole he suggested was either illegal, unenforceable, or written into the original charter by someone who'd apparently hated future admirals. Tax Assessor Vane stood to his left, silent, holding a datapad that now displayed the updated debt total. 49.2 million credits. The number had climbed overnight. Apparently, the shuttle's landing thrusters had scorched a patch of heritage wildflowers. The invoice had arrived at 600 hours. Itemized. Karras glanced at the contract hologram again, at the words binding arbitration, at the waiver clause about bone-adjacent load-bearing tissues. He turned to Vane. "We're not doing this," he said quietly. Vane looked up. "Sir?" Karras gestured at the planet. "We're not stepping into a wrestling ring to settle a tax dispute. It's absurd. It's beneath the dignity of the United Nations of Earth." He walked to the tactical console and tapped a control. The hologram flickered, replaced by a grid overlay of Zylo 7's surface. A red targeting reticle appeared, centered on a circular clearing. The squared circle. "We're going to remove the problem," Karras said. "Surgically, precisely, before the 24-hour deadline expires." Vane's face went pale. "Sir, that's a civilian population center. The squared circle is in the middle of the main settlement." Karras didn't look at him. "It's also the seat of their legal authority. No courthouse, no tribunal, no binding arbitration." He tapped another control. "Launch bay, prep the strike drones, kinetic payload, low yield. Target is the ring structure at coordinates 77 Delta. Time on target, 20 minutes. The reply came instantly over the intercom. "Acknowledged, Admiral. Drones launching now." Vane stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Sir, if we do this, we're committing an act of war." Karras finally looked at him. His expression was carved from stone. "No, Assessor. We're enforcing federal authority. There's a difference." He turned back to the viewport. Below, 6 small shapes detached from the Indemnity's underside, their sleek hulls catching the sunlight as they banked toward the atmosphere. Vane watched them descend, his stomach twisting. On the tactical display, 6 red dots streaked downward, their trajectory clean, their targeting locked. The estimated time to impact counted down in the corner of the screen. 19 minutes, 18, 17. On the surface of Zylo 7, in a small municipal office 3 kilometers from the squared circle, a technician named Gregor sat at a desk eating a sandwich. His monitor beeped. He glanced at it, chewing slowly, and saw 6 objects entering the upper atmosphere at high velocity. He swallowed, wiped his hands on a napkin, and pressed a button on his desk. A calm, automated voice echoed through the settlement's public address system. Attention! Unauthorized atmospheric entry detected. Air quality management system activating in 30 seconds. Please secure loose objects and close windows, thank you. Gregor took another bite of his sandwich and watched the monitor. Around the perimeter of the settlement, 6 massive structures began to move. They'd been there for centuries, tall and cylindrical, covered in a mottled brown-gray surface that most visitors mistook for ancient silos or grain elevators. They weren't silos. They were fungi. Towering vertical colonies of engineered mushrooms, each one 40 meters tall, their root systems burrowing hundreds of meters into the soil. The structures tilted slightly, orienting toward the incoming objects. At the top of each tower, a cap the size of a small house began to swell. Aboard the lead strike drone, the targeting AI noted the movement. It flagged the structures as potential obstacles and recalculated the trajectory. The adjustment was minor. 3 degrees to port. The drone's thrusters fired, correcting course. Altitude, 12,000 meters. Velocity, Mach 4. Time to target, 4 minutes. The drone's sensors swept the ground below, confirming the coordinates. The squared circle appeared on the visual feed, a perfect dirt ring with 4 glowing posts. The AI locked the target and armed the kinetic payload. A tungsten rod 3 meters long, magnetically suspended in the drone's belly. On impact, the rod would punch through the ring like a needle through fabric, vaporizing the structure and everything within a 50-meter radius. The mushroom towers sneezed. The caps contracted violently, expelling their payload in a single coordinated burst. 6 clouds of spores erupted into the air, each cloud dense enough to register on radar as a solid object. The spores were microscopic, each one a biological marvel of engineering. The outer shell was coated in a conductive polymer that ionized on contact with high-velocity air friction. The inner core was packed with enzymes designed to break down metal at the molecular level. The clouds rose fast, expanding as they climbed, forming a curtain of particulate matter directly in the path of the descending drones. The lead drone hit the cloud at Mach 4. For exactly 2.3 seconds, nothing happened. Then the spores began to work. The conductive coating ionized instantly, creating a static field that scrambled the drone's sensors. The targeting AI screamed error codes as the visual feed dissolved into white noise. The drone's autopilot switched to inertial navigation, relying on gyroscopes and accelerometers to maintain course. But the spores were already inside. They choked the air intakes, flooding the engine turbines. The enzymes activated on contact with the superheated metal, breaking down the alloy lattice. The turbine blades began to corrode, not slowly, fast. The blades lost structural integrity in under 5 seconds, fragmenting under rotational stress. The engine failed. The drone didn't explode. It just stopped flying. It tumbled out of the sky, trailing a plume of gray smoke, and hit the ground 3 kilometers short of the squared circle. The kinetic payload, still armed, punched into the dirt and buried itself 12 meters deep without detonating. The drone's hull crumpled on impact, folding like aluminum foil. Within 30 seconds, a swarm of beetles arrived. They were the size of dinner plates, their carapaces gleaming black with metallic sheen, their mandibles clicking in rapid synchronization. They swarmed over the wreckage, cutting through the hull with surgical precision, stripping the drone down to its component parts. The beetles didn't eat the metal. They carried it, piece by piece, back to the settlement, where it would be smelted, refined, and repurposed. 5 more drones hit the spore cloud. 5 more engines failed. 5 more hulls crumpled into the dirt. The beetles were already moving, their antennae twitching, their mandibles hungry. On the observation deck of the Indemnity, Admiral Karras watched the tactical display in silence. 6 red dots streaking toward the target. 6 red dots flickering. 6 red dots gone. The comms officer turned in his chair, his face pale. "Sir, all strike drones are offline. Telemetry lost at 12,000 meters. No detonations detected." Karras stared at the screen. What happened? The officer's hands moved over the console, pulling up the last frames of visual data from the lead drone. The image was grainy, distorted, but visible. A cloud. Brown-gray. Dense. The officer enhanced the image, zooming in on the particulate matter. Spores. Millions of them. "Sir," the officer said slowly, "they deployed a biological countermeasure. The drones didn't crash. They were digested." Vane stepped closer to the display, his datapad forgotten. "Digested," he repeated. The officer nodded. The spores corroded the engine components. Enzymatic breakdown. The alloys literally dissolved. He pulled up a chemical analysis from the drone's last sensor sweep. The spore coating is conductive. It created an electromagnetic interference field. The internal payload is acidic, pH of 2.4. That's strong enough to eat through tungsten carbide in under a minute. Karras's jaw tightened. "Where are the drones now?" The officer switched to a live satellite feed. The image showed 6 impact craters, each one surrounded by a swarm of moving black shapes. The beetles. "They're being salvaged, sir. The local wildlife is stripping them for parts." Karras didn't respond. He just watched the beetles work, their movements coordinated, efficient, like a factory assembly line operating in reverse. Vane's datapad beeped. He looked down at the screen and felt his stomach drop. An invoice, freshly filed. He read it aloud, his voice hollow. From the Zylo 7 Municipal Air Quality Office, item, emergency deployment of atmospheric filtration system. Cost, 200,000 credits. Item, hazardous material disposal, 6 units of unregistered orbital debris. Cost, 50,000 credits per unit. Item, environmental impact assessment for high-altitude particulate contamination. Cost, 175,000 credits. He looked up at Karras. Total due, 675,000 credits. Payment due within 30 days. Karras closed his eyes. "They're billing us." Vane nodded. "For shooting down our own drones." He scrolled down. There's a note at the bottom. He read it aloud. "Thank you for your donation to the Zylo 7 Reclamation project. Your scrap metal will be processed and repurposed for municipal infrastructure. A receipt for tax deduction purposes has been attached. We appreciate your continued support." Karras opened his eyes. He walked to the viewport and stared down at the planet. The mushroom towers were already retracting, their caps deflating, settling back into their dormant state. In the squared circle, a small figure stood in the center of the ring. The gavel. She was looking up at the sky, one hand shading her eyes. Karras couldn't see her expression from orbit, but he didn't need to. He could imagine it. The same calm, patient smile she'd worn when she handed Vane the tournament contract. The smile of someone who'd anticipated this exact move and prepared for it centuries ago. The comms officer cleared his throat. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the surface. Audio only. It's addressed to you personally." Karras didn't turn. "Play it." The speakers crackled. The gavel's voice filled the observation deck, loud and clear. "Admiral Karras, this is Magistrate Koval. I wanted to personally thank you for the generous donation of 6 orbital reconnaissance units. The scrap metal will be invaluable for our ongoing infrastructure projects." There was a pause. "I also wanted to remind you that the 24-hour deadline for accepting the tribunal challenge expires in 17 hours. If you'd like to discuss alternative methods of dispute resolution, I'm happy to schedule a follow-up meeting. However, please note that any further unauthorized atmospheric testing will incur additional environmental impact fees." Another pause. "The air quality management system has a monthly maintenance budget. You're currently funding it. Have a pleasant day." The transmission ended. Silence filled the observation deck. Vane looked at Karras. Karras looked at the planet. Finally, the Admiral spoke, his voice low. "Get me the legal team, now." Vane nodded and turned to leave. Karras stopped him. "And Vane?" The assessor looked back. Karras's expression was unreadable. "Find out if we have anyone on this ship who knows how to wrestle." Vane left. Karras stayed at the viewport, watching the beetles swarm over the wreckage, watching the mushroom towers settle back into stillness, watching the green planet turn beneath him like a patient predator, waiting for its prey to make the next mistake. On his tactical console, the updated debt total blinked in red. 49.8 million credits. The number was climbing. And somewhere below, the squared circle waited. Empty. Clean. Ready. Chapter 6. The Discovery Phase. Lieutenant Okafor crouched in the tall grass at the edge of the settlement, watching the structure through her rifle scope. It was 3 stories tall, built from corrugated metal and what looked like petrified wood, with a roof that sloped at odd angles. No windows, just vents. The sign above the door read, "Tool Maintenance and Storage," in faded paint. Her squad was spread out behind her, 6 soldiers in full tactical gear, their rifles equipped with suppressors and low-light optics. They'd inserted at 200 hours, dropped by stealth shuttle 5 kilometers outside the settlement perimeter. The mission brief had been simple. Infiltrate. Assess. Document the colony's technological capabilities. Extract before dawn. Okafor lowered the scope and glanced at her wrist display. 0347 hours. 13 minutes until the patrol rotation. The settlement operated on a predictable schedule. Every hour, a single colonist walked the perimeter with what looked like a handheld sensor wand. No weapons, no armor. Just a vest covered in pockets and a tool belt that jangled when they walked. The patrol had passed the tool shed 9 minutes ago. That gave them 51 minutes before the next pass. Okafor keyed her comms. Reaper 2 status. The reply came instantly, a whisper in her earpiece. "Perimeter clear. No motion detected within 200 meters. Okafor nodded and signaled her squad. They moved forward in formation, crossing the open ground in a low run, their boots silent on the packed dirt. They reached the wall of the shed and stacked up beside the door. Corporal Hayes, the breacher, knelt and examined the lock. It wasn't electronic, it was mechanical. A heavy iron padlock, rusted but functional. Hayes pulled a tension wrench and picked from his kit and went to work. 30 seconds later, the lock clicked open. He removed it carefully and set it on the ground. Okafor tested the door. It swung inward on oiled hinges, silent. The interior was dark. Okafor activated her helmet light and stepped inside. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating rows of shelving units stacked with equipment. She swept the room, counting exits. 1 door, no windows, no visible cameras. The air smelled like machine oil and something organic. Moss, maybe. Or compost. Her squad filed in behind her, spreading out to cover the space. Hayes moved to the left, his rifle raised. Private Diaz moved right. Sergeant Kowalski stayed at the door, watching their 6. Okafor approached the nearest shelf and examined the contents. Hand tools, wrenches, hammers, screwdrivers. All of them looked old, their handles worn smooth from use. She picked up a wrench, testing its weight. Solid, heavy, standard construction grade. She set it down and moved deeper into the shed. The next shelf held power tools, drills, saws, grinders. She recognized most of them, Earth models, or close enough. A few had modifications, extra grips, reinforced housings. Diaz's voice crackled in her ear. "LT, you seeing this?" Okafor turned. Diaz was standing in front of a shelf on the far wall, his helmet light focused on something at chest height. Okafor crossed the room and looked. The object was a pair of shears. Garden shears, the kind you'd use for pruning hedges. Except these were massive. The blades were nearly a meter long, curved like scythes, their edges gleaming despite the rust on the handles, and they were standing upright, not hanging from a hook. Standing, on legs. 2 articulated limbs extended from the base of the handle assembly, ending in what looked like metal hooves. The shears were motionless, but Okafor could see faint condensation forming on the blades, like breath. She reached out slowly, her gloved hand hovering near the handle. The shears didn't move. She touched the metal. It was warm. Diaz took a step back. "LT, is that thing alive?" Okafor didn't answer. She pulled her hand away and keyed her comms. "Reaper 2, we've got biological integration. Tools are ambulatory, possibly sentient." She paused. "Recommend aborting mission." The reply came from Admiral Karras himself, his voice clipped. "Negative, Reaper 1. Continue reconnaissance. Document everything. We need to know what we're dealing with." Okafor clenched her jaw. "Acknowledged." She turned to her squad. "Spread out, take samples, photos, anything that looks like tech. I want it cataloged." Hayes moved to a workbench in the corner, pulling out a handheld scanner. Diaz began photographing the shelves. Kowalski stayed at the door, his rifle trained on the darkness beyond. Okafor returned to the shears, pulling out her own scanner. She aimed it at the legs, running a spectral analysis. The readout appeared on her visor. Organic compounds, metallic alloys, carbon fiber. The legs weren't mechanical. They were grown, fused to the tool during some kind of biofabrication process. She stepped closer, trying to get a reading on the blade composition. The scanner beeped. Rockwell hardness, 72. That was surgical steel, sharper than a scalpel. Behind her, Hayes muttered into his comms, "I've got movement." Okafor spun. "Where?" Hayes pointed at the shelves to his left. "Third row." Something shifted. Okafor moved to his position, her rifle raised. She scanned the shelves. Nothing, just tools, hammers, wrenches, a coil of wire. Then she saw it. A rake, hanging from a hook. Except the hook wasn't supporting it. The rake was gripping the hook. Its wooden handle flexed slightly like a hand adjusting its grip. Okafor's breath caught. She keyed her comms. "Reaper 2, confirm. Are these tools autonomous?" The reply was delayed. 15 seconds of silence. Then Karras's voice, tighter than before. "Unknown. Maintain position. Do not engage." Okafor didn't lower her rifle. "Sir, if these things are autonomous, we need to extract now." Karras didn't respond. Okafor turned to her squad. "Pack it up. We're leaving." That's when the shears moved. They didn't lunge. They didn't attack. They just stepped forward. One leg, then the other, the hooves clicking softly on the concrete floor. The blades opened slightly, the hinge creaking. Okafor raised her rifle, centering the red dot on the handle assembly. "Freeze!" The shears stopped. They tilted forward slightly, the blades angling downward, like a dog sniffing the ground. Then they moved again. Faster this time. Not toward Okafor, toward Diaz. He spun, raising his rifle, but the shears were already on him. The blades closed around the strap of his vest, snipping it cleanly. The strap fell away. Diaz staggered back, his rifle swinging up. But the shears had already moved to his belt. Another snip. His equipment belt hit the floor. Diaz scrambled backward, his hands fumbling for his sidearm, but the shears were faster. They moved to his boots, the blades opening and closing with mechanical precision, cutting his laces. His boots loosened. The shears stepped back, their legs folding slightly like a bow. Diaz stared at his ruined gear, his chest heaving. What the hell? Okafor didn't answer. She was watching the shelves, all of them, because now they were moving. The rake dropped from its hook and landed on its handle, standing upright. A pair of pruning shears skittered down from the top shelf, their handles clicking together like insect legs. A hedge trimmer detached from its mount and rotated in place, its blades humming softly. Hayes backed toward the door, his rifle sweeping the room. "LT, we need to go. Now." Okafor nodded. "Fall back to the..." The door slammed shut. Kowalski lunged for the handle, but something was already there. A set of loppers, their long handles braced against the door, their blades wedged into the frame. Kowalski pulled, but the loppers held firm. He looked back at Okafor, his face pale. Doors blocked. The tools advanced, not in a rush, methodically. The shears moved toward Hayes, their blades opening. Hayes fired, a single suppressed shot. The round sparked off the blade, ricocheting into the ceiling. The shears didn't flinch. They closed the distance and went to work. Hayes's vest strap, his rifle sling, his helmet chin strap. Each cut was precise, surgical. The shears didn't touch his skin. They just removed everything that wasn't part of him. Hayes dropped his rifle and tried to run, but his boots were already unlaced. He tripped, hitting the ground hard. The shears moved to his collar, snipping the fabric of his uniform. The Velcro name tape fell away. Then the rank insignia, then the flag patch. Okafor backed against the wall, her rifle tracking the advancing tools. A pair of pruners moved toward her, their blades snapping in rhythmic clicks. She fired twice. Both rounds hit the handles, splintering the wood, but the pruners kept coming. They reached her boots and went to work. Laces first, then the Velcro straps on her knee pads, then the buckles on her vest. Okafor tried to kick them away, but they dodged with unsettling agility, their blades moving faster than her eyes could track. Her vest loosened, the straps fell away, the vest hit the ground. She grabbed for it, but the pruners were already on her sleeves, cutting the Velcro patches, the pockets, the cuffs. Kowalski was on his knees, his hands over his head, as a hedge trimmer circled him. The blades weren't running. They were just open, positioned near his scalp. Then they closed. Once, twice, 3 times. His hair fell away in neat clumps, trimmed to a regulation buzz cut. The trimmer stepped back, its motor purring softly, and moved to Diaz. Diaz didn't resist. He just knelt, his eyes wide, as the trimmer gave him the same treatment. Hayes was already bald, his head gleaming under the helmet lights. The shears had moved on to his uniform, cutting away every pocket, every patch, every piece of fabric that wasn't essential. When they finished, Hayes looked like he'd been mauled by a tailor with OCD. Okafor's rifle was gone. She didn't remember dropping it. The pruners had cut the sling. Now they were working on her belt, snipping the loops one by one. Her pants sagged. She grabbed them, holding them up with one hand, and looked around the room. Her squad was disarmed, stripped and groomed, not injured, not bleeding, just corrected. The tools had retreated to their shelves, settling back into their original positions. The shears folded their legs and leaned against the wall. The rake hung itself back on its hook. The loppers released the door and clattered to the floor. Silence filled the shed. Okafor stood in the center of the room, holding her pants, her vest on the ground, her rifle somewhere in the pile of cut straps and severed fabric. She looked at her squad. Hayes was sitting against the wall, bald, shirtless, his uniform reduced to shorts and boots with no laces. Diaz was in similar condition, his hands covering his head. Kowalski was just staring at the ceiling, his expression blank. Okafor keyed her comms with a shaking hand. Reaper 1 to indemnity. Mission complete. Requesting immediate extraction. Karras's voice was sharp. Status report, Lieutenant. What did you find? Okafor looked at the shelves, at the tools resting peacefully in their places, at her squad sitting in piles of their own gear. Sir, she said slowly, we found the gardening section. 6 hours later, Tax Assessor Vane stood in Admiral Karras's office, holding a data pad. The screen displayed an invoice. He read it aloud, his voice flat. From the Zylo 7 Municipal Maintenance Department. Item: unauthorized facility access and vandalism. Cost: 50,000 credits. Item: emergency corrective grooming for improperly maintained personnel. Cost: 200 credits per individual, 6 individuals total. Item: disposal of hazardous waste, specifically synthetic fabric debris classified as invasive textile species. Cost: 15,000 credits. He looked up. Total due: 66,200 credits. Karras sat behind his desk, his hands folded, his expression carved from stone. In the corner of the room, Lieutenant Okafor stood at attention, still wearing the borrowed uniform the quartermaster had issued her. It was 2 sizes too big. Her head was still freshly buzzed. Karras looked at her. Lieutenant, explain to me how a squad of Special Forces operators was defeated by gardening equipment. Okafor's jaw tightened. Sir, the tools are sentient. They operate as a pack. They're programmed to identify and remove foreign contaminants. She paused. We were the contaminants. Karras leaned back in his chair. And the haircuts? Okafor didn't answer. Karras turned to Vane. Pay the bill. Vane nodded and made a note on his data pad. The debt counter at the bottom of the screen updated. 49.9 million credits. Karras stood and walked to the viewport. Below, Zylo 7 turned in the darkness, green and patient. How long until the tribunal deadline? Vane checked his display. 11 hours, sir. Karras nodded. He looked at Okafor. Lieutenant, do you know how to wrestle? Okafor blinked. Sir? Karras turned to face her. Wrestling. Hand-to-hand combat. Grappling. Do you have any training? Okafor hesitated. Basic combatives, sir. Standard ground fighting course. Karras nodded slowly. Good. You're on the roster. He looked at Vane. Find me 6 more. Anyone with combat sports experience. Boxing. Judo. Anything. He walked back to his desk and sat down. We're accepting the tribunal. Vane's face went pale. Sir, are you certain? Karras held up a hand. We've tried precision strikes. We've tried reconnaissance. Every time we engage, they humiliate us and send a bill. He looked down at the desk, at the tournament contract still sitting in its sealed envelope. The only way out is through. We fight, we win, we leave. Vane set the datapad on the desk. And if we lose? Karras didn't answer. He just opened the envelope and pulled out the contract, his eyes scanning the pages. Somewhere in the fine print was a clause about forfeiture, about what happened when you stepped into the squared circle and tapped out. Vane didn't need to read it. He already knew. If they lost, they'd owe more than money. They'd owe sovereignty, and Zylo 7 would own them. Chapter 7, The Hostile Witness. Tax Assessor Vane walked through the settlement alone, his datapad tucked under his arm, his jacket damp with sweat. Admiral Karras had given him 9 hours to figure out why they kept losing. 9 hours to find a loophole, a weakness, anything they could exploit in the tribunal. Vane had tried to explain that he was a tax assessor, not an intelligence officer, but Karras had just stared at him with eyes that had watched 6 drones melt and a recon squad return bald. So Vane walked. The street smelled like compost and machine oil. Colonists moved past him without acknowledgement, hauling equipment that might have been farm tools or might have been weapons. A woman pushed a wheelbarrow filled with roots that twitched when the sunlight hit them. A man carried something that looked like a rake with too many teeth. Vane checked his datapad. The coordinates led to a low building near the settlement's edge, built from recycled ship plating and covered in moss. The sign above the door read, Records and Municipal Archives in faded stencil. Vane pushed the door open. The interior was dim, lit by oil lamps, the walls lined with filing cabinets and shelves stacked with paper ledgers. At a desk in the corner sat an old man eating a sandwich. He looked up when Vane entered, chewing slowly, and gestured at a chair with his free hand. The sandwich smelled like onions and something Vane didn't recognize. The man swallowed and set the sandwich down on a napkin. Tax Assessor Vane. Sit. His voice was rough like gravel, but his tone was casual, bureaucratic. The tone of someone who'd spent decades filing forms and didn't have time for drama. Vane sat. The chair creaked. The man wiped his hands on the napkin and leaned back. I'm Oscar, municipal archivist, records keeper. Occasionally, the guy who explains things to confused outsiders. He gestured at the filing cabinets. You're here because your admiral wants to know why you keep losing fights. Vane pulled out his datapad. I need to understand the tribunal process, the rules, the precedents. Oscar nodded and stood, walking to one of the cabinets. He pulled open a drawer and flipped through files with practiced efficiency. The tribunal, kinetic litigation, legal arbitration via physical contest. He pulled a folder and dropped it on the desk. It landed with a heavy thud. That's the case history. 247 disputes settled in the squared circle over the last 3 centuries. He sat back down and tapped the folder. Read through it. You'll notice a pattern. Vane opened the folder. Inside were handwritten case summaries, each one detailing a dispute, the parties involved, the legal arguments, and the outcome. He scanned the first page. Plaintiff, Harrow Agricultural Collective. Defendant, Westfield Mining Consortium. Dispute, water rights. Champion, Harrow fielded Marcus the Bull Torren, heavyweight, former construction foreman. Westfield fielded an imported combat specialist, credentials classified. Outcome: Harrow victory, unanimous crowd approval. Legal ruling: water rights granted to Harrow per Article 14, subsection 3. Vane frowned. The crowd approved? Oscar nodded. The tribunal isn't just a judge making a decision. It's public arbitration. The magistrate presides, but the settlement watches. If the crowd doesn't buy the performance, the ruling doesn't stick. He leaned forward. Kinetic litigation evolved because we needed a way to settle disputes that everyone could see and accept. If two parties can't agree, they present their case, field a champion, and fight it out. Winner takes the ruling, but here's the key. He tapped the folder. The winner isn't always the better fighter. It's the one who makes the better case to the crowd. Vane flipped through more pages. Case after case. Champion names. Outcomes. Every single summary included a line about crowd reaction. He stopped on one entry. Defendant champion. Dr. Yuri Petrov, Ph.D. in biomechanics, Olympic-level grappler, technically flawless. Outcome: defeat. Crowd response: disengaged. Vane looked up. This fighter had perfect credentials. Why did he lose? Oscar smiled. It was a tired smile. Because he fought like a scientist. Efficient, clinical, no flair, no trash talk, no dramatic comebacks. He won the first 2 rounds in under a minute each. The crowd got bored, started booing. The magistrate read the room and ruled against him on a technicality. He leaned back. Kinetic litigation isn't about who's the best fighter. It's about who can hold the crowd's attention long enough to make them care. Vane stared at the file. That's absurd. Oscar shrugged. It's practical. A ruling only works if people accept it. If the crowd thinks the fight was rigged or boring or unfair, they won't respect the outcome. Disputes keep festering. Grudges turn into violence. We learned a long time ago that people accept results they can see and understand, even if they don't like them. He pulled another folder from the cabinet and set it next to the first. Now, let's talk about your Marines. Vane closed the first folder. What about them? Oscar opened the second folder. Inside were surveillance photos. Lieutenant Okafor and her squad, pre-grooming. Full tactical gear, perfect formation. Oscar tapped one of the photos. Your recon team, highly trained, competent, professional. He flipped to the next photo. The squad post-grooming, stripped, bald, sitting in piles of cut fabric. Zero charisma. He looked at Vane. They infiltrated a tool shed like they were raiding a weapons cache, treated it like a military operation. Efficient, quiet, boring. He closed the folder. The tools didn't kill them because they weren't worth killing. They groomed them, corrected them, like you'd trim a hedge that's growing crooked. Vane felt his jaw tighten. They were following protocol. Oscar nodded. Exactly. Protocol. Standard operating procedure. The kind of thing that wins wars on Earth. He leaned forward. But this isn't Earth. Here, the rules care about presentation. Your Marines had perfect form, zero personality. The settlement didn't see them as a threat. We saw them as weeds, invasive, dull, needing correction. He tapped the folder. Same problem you'll have in the tribunal. Your admiral wants to field champions who fight by the book, technically proficient, strategically sound. That's a guaranteed loss. Vane set his datapad down. Then how do we win? Oscar pulled out a third folder. This one was thinner. Inside were a handful of case summaries, each one marked with a red stamp. Exceptional performance. Vane read the first one. Champion: Gregor, the Hammer, Volkov. Background: sanitation worker, no formal training. Style: unorthodox, aggressive, high-risk maneuvers. Crowd response: standing ovation. Outcome: victory. Vane looked up. A sanitation worker beat a trained fighter? Oscar nodded. Beat him badly, because Gregor understood the job. He wasn't there to demonstrate technique. He was there to put on a show, took risks, took hits, made the crowd believe he was one bad fall away from losing. Then he pulled off a comeback that had people screaming. He closed the folder. That's heat. That's what you need. Not skill, not efficiency. Charisma. Vane leaned back in his chair. You're telling me the tribunal is theater? Oscar shrugged. It's law, it's combat, it's theater. All three. Your admiral sees it as one-dimensional. He thinks he can win by being right and being strong. But the magistrate doesn't rule based on who's technically correct. She rules based on who makes the better argument to the people watching. He stood and walked to a shelf, pulling down a worn notebook. He flipped it open to a page covered in handwritten notes. Here, tribunal strategies, documented over 50 years. Vane leaned forward, reading the notes. The handwriting was dense, but the themes were clear. Build sympathy, create drama, make the opponent look arrogant, use the environment, play to the cheap seats. Vane's hands tightened on the edge of the desk. This reads like a wrestling promoter's playbook. Oscar smiled. Because that's what it is. Kinetic litigation came from the same root as professional wrestling, staged combat with real stakes. The difference is our outcomes are legally binding. He took the notebook back and closed it. Your Marines lost because they didn't understand the assignment. They thought they were soldiers. They needed to be performers. Vane stood, pacing the small office. So what you're saying is, we need to stop fighting like a military and start fighting like entertainers. Oscar nodded. Exactly. But here's the problem. He sat back down, folding his hands on the desk. Your admiral won't do it. He's too rigid, too by the book. He'll send in his best fighters, tell them to win clean, and watch them get booed out of the ring. He paused. You, on the other hand? Vane stopped pacing. Me? Oscar's smile widened slightly. You're a bureaucrat. You understand paperwork, loopholes, fine print. You know how to work a system. He leaned forward. What you need to do is embrace the role you're already playing. The tax collector, the outsider, the villain. He tapped the desk. The crowd already hates you. Use it. Lean into it. Make them hate you more. Because if they're paying attention to you, if they're invested in seeing you lose, then you've got leverage. Vane felt something shift in his chest. A cold realization. You're telling me to turn heel. Oscar nodded. In wrestling terms, yes. Embrace the bad guy role. Stop trying to be noble. Stop trying to be fair. Be ruthless. Be entertaining. Make the magistrate's job harder by forcing her to rule against a crowd that's screaming for your blood. He stood, walking to the window. The heat you generate, the energy, the drama, that's your weapon. Use it. Vane walked to the window beside him, looking out at the settlement. Colonists moving through their routines. The squared circle visible in the distance, empty and waiting. And if I do this, if I embrace the villain role, we can win? Oscar turned to face him. You'll have a chance, which is more than you've got now. He paused. But understand, once you step into that ring as the heel, there's no going back. The crowd will hate you. The magistrate will test you, and your own people might not forgive you for what you'll have to do. Vane looked down at his hands. They were shaking again, not from fear, from something else. Clarity. He pulled out his datapad and opened a new file. I'll need footage. Past tribunal matches, the ones with the best crowd reactions. Oscar nodded and walked to a cabinet, pulling out a data crystal. Here, 20 years of highlights. Study them, learn the patterns, see what works. He handed the crystal to Vane. And remember, the tribunal doesn't reward perfection, it rewards spectacle. Vane pocketed the crystal and turned to leave. He stopped at the door. Why are you helping me? Oscar returned to his desk and picked up his sandwich. I'm not helping you. I'm helping the settlement. A boring tribunal is bad for morale. People get restless. Disputes pile up. Violence spikes. He took a bite, chewing slowly. A good villain makes everyone's life easier. Gives people something to root against. Keeps things interesting. He swallowed. Besides, if you lose badly, the Admiral might do something stupid, like order an orbital strike, and then we'd have to bill you for the cleanup. Vane almost smiled. Almost. I'll keep that in mind. He left the archives and walked back through the settlement. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows across the dirt streets. He pulled out the data crystal and turned it over in his hand. 20 years of tribunal highlights. 20 years of people learning how to weaponize performance. He reached the shuttle and climbed inside. The pilot looked back. "Back to the indemnity, sir?" Vane nodded. The shuttle lifted off. As it climbed, Vane inserted the data crystal into his datapad and pulled up the first video. The footage was grainy, handheld, shot from the crowd. 2 fighters in the ring. One was precise, controlled, efficient. The other was wild, reckless, bleeding from a cut above his eye, but still swinging. The crowd was screaming. The wild fighter won. Vane watched 3 more matches. Same pattern. The technical fighters lost. The performers won. He closed the datapad and leaned back against his seat. The shuttle broke atmosphere. Vane stared out the viewport at Zylo 7 below. Green. Patient. Waiting for a show. He thought about Admiral Karras, about his rigid protocols, about his belief that competence and righteousness would win the day. Vane pulled up a blank document on his datapad and started typing. Not a legal brief, not a tactical analysis. A script, character notes, heel tactics, crowd manipulation techniques. By the time the shuttle docked, he had 17 pages. He walked through the corridors of the indemnity and stopped outside Admiral Karras's ready room. He could hear voices inside. Karras and the legal team, still debating contract clauses. Vane knocked. The voices stopped. "Enter," Karras called. Vane stepped inside. Karras was standing at his desk, surrounded by holographic legal displays. He looked exhausted. "Assessor, report." Vane set his datapad on the desk. "Sir, I've identified the problem." Karras gestured impatiently. "Go on." Vane took a breath. "We're losing because we're competent, professional, efficient. The tribunal doesn't reward any of those things. It rewards performance, charisma, drama." He paused. "If we want to win, we need to stop acting like soldiers and start acting like wrestlers." Karras's expression hardened. "That's ridiculous." Vane didn't flinch. "Sir, with respect, we've tried it your way. Precision strikes, recon operations, legal arguments. We've lost every single engagement and racked up 50 million credits in debt." He leaned forward. "The colonists don't respect competence. They respect showmanship. If we field champions who fight clean and efficient, we'll lose. If we field champions who work the crowd, we have a chance." Karras's jaw tightened. "You're asking me to turn this into a circus?" Vane shook his head. "I'm asking you to fight on their terms instead of ours." He picked up his datapad. "I have a plan, but it requires embracing tactics you won't like, playing the villain, bending rules, making the crowd hate us." Karras stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned away, facing the viewport. "Get out." Vane didn't move. "Sir." "I said get out, Assessor." Karras's voice was ice. Vane turned and left. The door closed behind him. He stood in the corridor, alone, holding his datapad with 17 pages of heel tactics and crowd psychology. He checked the time. 8 hours until the tribunal deadline. 8 hours to decide whether to follow orders or follow the plan. He started walking toward his quarters. Behind him, he could hear Karras shouting at the legal team through the closed door. Vane didn't look back. He had work to do. Chapter 8. The Steel Cage. Admiral Karras stood in the Tactical Operations Center of the UNE Indemnity, watching the holographic display with the kind of focus that came from running out of options. The display showed a 3-dimensional map of the settlement below, overlaid with energy signatures and structural analysis. 6 hours until the tribunal deadline. 6 hours to either accept the challenge or find a way to neutralize the threat without stepping into a wrestling ring. The legal team had exhausted every loophole. The reconnaissance teams had been humiliated by gardening equipment. The precision strike had been digested by mushrooms. Karras had one option left: containment. The chief engineer stood beside him, a datapad in hand, her expression skeptical. "Admiral, the portable barrier generators are designed for crowd control and perimeter security. They're not rated for long-term deployment in hostile organic environments." Karras didn't look at her. "How long to deploy a complete containment field around the settlement?" The engineer checked her datapad. 4 hours to position the generators, 30 minutes to synchronize the field. Once active, the barrier will create a Class 3 energy wall, impermeable to organic matter. Effective range, 2 kilometers in diameter, covering the entire settlement and the squared circle. Karras nodded. Do it. I want that settlement isolated. No one in, no one out. We hold the containment until the tribunal deadline expires. Then we negotiate from a position of strength. The engineer hesitated. Sir, if we activate the field, we'll be trapping approximately 4,000 colonists inside. That's a potential humanitarian crisis. Karras finally looked at her. They have food, they have water. They'll survive 6 hours. He turned back to the display. Deploy the generators. Now. The engineer saluted and left. Karras keyed his comm. All engineering teams, prepare for Operation Lockdown. I want those barrier generators planetside in 30 minutes. He turned to Tax Assessor Vane, who stood in the corner of the operations center, watching in silence. Assessor, your objection is noted. Vane didn't respond. He just pulled out his datapad and made a note. Karras ignored him and focused on the display. The settlement turned slowly below, green and defiant. In 6 hours it would be caged, controlled, contained, and Karras wouldn't have to send his people into a ring to fight for the right to collect taxes. 4 hours later, the barrier generators were in position. 12 cylindrical units, each one 3 meters tall, arranged in a perfect circle around the settlement. The engineering teams worked quickly, stabilizing the units on their maglock foundations and synchronizing the power relays. The chief engineer's voice crackled over the comm. Admiral, generators online. Ready to activate on your command. Karras leaned forward. Activate. The generators hummed. The sound was low at first, a vibration that resonated through the hull of the Indemnity, even from orbit. Then the energy field ignited. 12 beams of pale blue light shot upward from the generators, converging at a point 200 meters above the settlement. The beams formed a dome, a shimmering curtain of energy that enclosed the entire area like a glass jar over an anthill. Inside the dome, the colonists stopped what they were doing. A woman hauling a wheelbarrow looked up at the barrier. A man carrying a bundle of iron roots set it down and walked toward the edge of the field. He reached out with one hand, touching the energy wall. His fingers stopped an inch from the surface, blocked by the repulsion field. He pulled his hand back and turned, walking calmly toward the center of the settlement. On the Indemnity, Karras watched the tactical display. The field was holding. No breaches, no fluctuations. The settlement was contained. He allowed himself a small exhale. Chief Engineer, status report. The engineer's voice came through, calm and professional. Field stable. Power consumption at 60% of predicted levels. No hostile response detected. Karras nodded. Maintain containment. Monitor for... The engineer's voice cut him off. Sir, we're detecting organic growth on the field perimeter. Multiple contact points. Karras frowned. Organic growth? Define. There was a pause. Vines, sir. Fast-growing. They're climbing the interior surface of the barrier. Karras pulled up a visual feed from one of the generator cameras. The image showed the base of the energy dome. At the point where the barrier met the ground, thin green tendrils were emerging from the soil. Not random. Coordinated. The vines grew upward, wrapping around the energy field like fingers gripping a rope. They spread quickly, branching and intertwining, forming a lattice that covered the barrier in under 3 minutes. The vines glowed faintly where they touched the energy field, pulsing with the same pale blue light. The chief engineer's voice returned, tighter now. Admiral, the vines are conductive. They're feeding on the field's energy output. Power consumption just jumped to 90%. Karras's hands tightened on the edge of the console. Can you compensate? Negative, sir. If consumption continues to increase, we'll hit critical load in under an hour. The generators will overload. Karras stared at the feed. The vines weren't attacking the barrier. They were integrating with it, turning it into something else. He keyed his comm. Ground teams fall back to the generators. Prepare to manually shut down the field if necessary. On the surface, the Marine squad stationed near Generator 7 watched the vines spread across the barrier above them. Corporal Rains, the squad leader, keyed his comm. Command, the vines are moving toward our position. Request permission to engage. Karras's reply was immediate. Negative. Do not engage. Maintain position and monitor. Rains lowered his rifle and watched the vines descend. They reached the generator housing and wrapped around the base. their tendrils burrowing into the seams of the metal casing. The generator's hum changed pitch, rising slightly. Rains took a step back. "Sir, the generator is destabilizing." Before Karras could respond, the vines completed their work. The barrier didn't collapse. It transformed. The pale blue energy shifted, darkening to a deep green. The smooth dome became segmented, divided by the vine lattice into a grid pattern, and at 4 points around the perimeter, the vines thickened, forming vertical columns that rose higher than the original barrier. The columns pulsed with bioluminescence, and at the top of each one, a structure began to grow. Not random, deliberate. The structures looked like ring posts. Tax Assessor Vane, still standing in the corner of the operations center, spoke for the first time in an hour. "Admiral, they just turned your containment field into an arena." Karras spun to face the display. The tactical overlay updated, identifying the new structures. 4 ring posts, connected by the vine-reinforced energy barrier. The settlement wasn't trapped inside a cage. The Marines outside were standing at the edge of a squared circle. A very large squared circle. Vane stepped forward, pulling up a file on his datapad. "Faraday vines. I found a reference in the municipal archives. They're engineered to feed on electromagnetic fields. The colonists use them for power distribution." He looked up. "You just gave them a 2-kilometer-wide battery." Karras's jaw tightened. "Shut it down! Kill the generators!" The chief engineer's voice crackled through. "Sir, we're trying. The vines have interfaced with the control systems. Manual shutdown is locked out." Karras slammed his fist on the console. "Then cut the power relays. Physically sever the connections." There was a pause. "Acknowledged. Ground teams, move to the generators and prepare for manual disconnect." Corporal Rains and his squad approached Generator 7, their rifles slung, their hands reaching for the emergency release panel on the side of the housing. Rains grabbed the handle and pulled. The panel swung open, revealing the power relay conduits. He reached for the primary disconnect. That's when the ground beneath him shifted. Not an earthquake. Something rising. The dirt bulged upward in a slow, deliberate mound. Rains stepped back, raising his rifle. "Command, we've got movement. Something's coming up." The mound split open. What emerged wasn't metal. It wasn't a machine. It was organic, composed entirely of decomposed plant matter, compacted soil, and what looked like the skeletal remains of agricultural equipment. The thing stood 12 feet tall, its body a mass of roots, vines, and rotting vegetation, held together by some internal structure Rains couldn't see. Its arms were thick as tree trunks, ending in hands made of interlocked branches. Its head was a crude sphere of packed compost, with 2 hollow depressions where eyes should be. The depressions glowed faintly green. The thing took a step forward, and the ground shook. Rains fired. 3 rounds, center mass. The bullets punched into the creature's torso and disappeared into the organic matter without effect. The golem reached down, grabbed Rains by the vest, and lifted him off the ground with one hand. Rains's boots kicked uselessly in the air. The golem tilted its head, studying him, then turned and walked toward the center of the arena, carrying Rains like a farmer carrying a sack of grain. The rest of the squad opened fire. Dozens of rounds hit the golem's back, shredding vegetation, exposing the internal framework. The framework wasn't bone. It was metal, rebar, hydraulic pistons, recycled machinery fused into a skeletal structure. The golem ignored the gunfire and kept walking. On the indemnity, Karras watched the feed in silence. The golem crossed the arena floor and stopped in the center, directly beneath the squared circle's original ring posts, now incorporated into the larger structure. It set Rains down gently, almost carefully, and stepped back. Rains scrambled to his feet, reaching for his sidearm. The golem didn't attack. It just stood there, waiting. Vane leaned closer to the display. "It's not trying to kill him. It's holding him." Karras keyed his comm. "All ground teams, fall back to the shuttles. Immediate extraction." The response came from multiple squad leaders at once. "Sir, the barrier is blocking our exit. We can't get through." Karras stared at the display. The vine-reinforced energy field was still active, still impermeable. The Marines were trapped inside. He pulled up the generator diagnostics. Power consumption had stabilized at 98%. The vines had locked the system into a feedback loop, drawing just enough energy to keep the barrier active, but not enough to trigger an overload. It was sustainable, indefinite. Karras turned to Vane. Options. Vane looked up from his datapad. 1. You accept the tribunal challenge and send someone into the arena to fight for Raines's release. He paused. 2. You negotiate. Karras's voice was ice. Negotiate what? Vane pulled up a file and turned his datapad so Karras could see. It was an invoice, freshly filed, from the Zylo 7 Municipal Public Works Department. Item: unauthorized construction of containment structure without proper permits. Fine, 125,000 credits. Item: emergency structural reinforcement and safety upgrades to prevent collapse of improperly installed barrier system. Cost: 300,000 credits. Item: detention and care of trespassing personnel pending resolution of permitting violations. Cost: 50,000 credits per individual, 12 individuals currently detained. Karras did the math in his head. 925,000 credits. He closed his eyes. They're ransoming our own people. Vane nodded. Technically, they're billing us for municipal services rendered, but yes. Karras opened his eyes. And if I refuse? Vane scrolled down the invoice. Then the detained personnel remain in protective custody until the permitting issue is resolved, which, according to the attached documentation, requires a formal tribunal hearing. He looked up. You're already paying for the arena, Admiral. You might as well use it. Karras walked to the viewport and stared down at Zylo 7. The green dome of the barrier was visible even from orbit, glowing faintly in the planet's twilight. Inside the dome, 12 Marines sat in the center of the arena, surrounded by a golem made of garbage and good intentions. Karras keyed his comm. Chief Engineer, what would it take to overload the generators remotely? The engineer's voice was cautious. Sir, if we overload the generators, the feedback could destabilize the entire grid. The explosion would be equivalent to a tactical warhead. Karras didn't respond immediately. He just watched the planet turn. Finally, he spoke. Stand down. Do not overload. He turned back to Vane. What do they want for the ransom? Vane checked the invoice. Fertilizer, 400 tons. High nitrogen blend. Delivered within 24 hours. Karras laughed. It was a short, bitter sound. Fertilizer. Vane nodded. They're very practical. Karras walked back to the console and pulled up the cargo manifest. The indemnity carried emergency agricultural supplies, standard colonial support inventory. He found the fertilizer stockpile, 600 tons. He keyed his comm. Cargo bay, prepare 400 tons of nitrogen fertilizer for planetary delivery. Coordinate with ground teams for drop-off location. The cargo officer's reply was confused. Sir, drop-off location? Karras looked at the arena on the display, at the golem standing guard, at the 12 Marines sitting in the dirt. Coordinates transmitting now, and make sure it's the good stuff, high grade. I don't want them complaining about the quality. 6 hours later, the fertilizer was delivered. 400 tons, dropped by cargo shuttle just outside the barrier. The golem walked to the perimeter, lifted the sacks with hydraulic efficiency, and carried them into the settlement. The vines released their grip on the barrier. The energy field flickered and died. The generators shut down. The Marines stood, dusted themselves off, and walked out of the arena without a word. Corporal Rains stopped at the edge and looked back. The golem was gone, just a pile of compost where it had been standing. He turned and headed for the extraction shuttle. On the indemnity, Tax Assessor Vane updated his datapad. Total debt, 50.8 million credits. He looked up at Admiral Karras, who was staring at the viewport in silence. Sir, 4 hours until the tribunal deadline. Karras didn't turn. I know. Vane hesitated. Permission to speak freely, sir. Karras nodded. Vane stepped closer. We can't win by fighting them the way we've been fighting. Containment doesn't work. Strikes don't work. Legal arguments don't work. He paused. The only way out is through the tribunal. And the only way to win the tribunal is to give them a show. Karras finally looked at him. You're still pushing the heel turn. Vane nodded. Yes, sir, because it's the only strategy that fits the system they've built. They don't respect competence, they respect performance, and right now, we're giving them nothing worth watching. Karras turned back to the viewport. Below, Zylo 7 turned in the darkness, patient and green. Assemble the team. Fighters with crowd appeal. People who can work a room. He paused. And Assessor? Vane looked up. Karras's voice was quiet. If we do this your way, and we lose, I'm putting you in the ring first. Vane almost smiled. Understood, sir. He left the operations center and walked down the corridor toward his quarters. 4 hours. 4 hours to turn a squad of soldiers into performers. 4 hours to script a villain arc compelling enough to make an entire planet care. He pulled out his datapad and opened the file. 17 pages of heel tactics, crowd manipulation, performance psychology. He started editing. By the time he reached his quarters, it was 23 pages, and the tribunal was waiting. Chapter 9, Audit Exhaustion. Tax Assessor Vane stood in the cargo bay of the UNE Indemnity, watching the loading crews secure the last of the audit crates. 3 hours until the tribunal deadline. 3 hours to deploy the one enforcement mechanism the colony couldn't physically dismantle, on-site compliance verification. The crates were stacked 10 high, each one filled with pre-printed forms, violation notices, and regulatory checklists. 20 tons of paperwork. Enough to audit every structure, every tool, every practice in the settlement. Vane had spent 2 days coordinating with federal compliance. The plan was simple. Land inspection teams at 6 points around the settlement. Distribute the forms. Document every violation. Issue citations faster than the colonists could respond. Bury them in so much bureaucratic process that they'd have no choice but to accept federal oversight just to make it stop. Admiral Karras stood beside him, arms crossed, watching the cargo doors seal. Assessor, you're certain this will work? Vane nodded. Sir, they can't fight paperwork with gardening tools. This is purely administrative. No physical infrastructure to sabotage, just forms. He pulled out his datapad, displaying the deployment schedule. 6 inspection shuttles, 30 personnel. Each team has enough documentation to process 500 violations. We blanket the settlement, issue citations for every structure that doesn't meet modern federal standards, and lock them into a compliance cycle that takes months to resolve. Karras looked at the crates, and if they refuse to accept the forms, Vane's expression was flat. Then they're in violation of federal transparency statutes. We declare them non-compliant and void the tribunal on technical grounds. He checked his watch. Shuttles launch in 30 minutes. Karras nodded and left. Vane stayed in the cargo bay, watching the crews run final checks on the shuttles. Each one was loaded with filing cabinets, portable printers, and boxes of carbon copy citation pads. It looked less like a military operation and more like an office supply delivery, which was exactly the point. You couldn't shoot paperwork. You couldn't sabotage bureaucracy. You could only comply. Or drown. 30 minutes later, the first shuttle descended toward the settlement. Lieutenant Park sat in the pilot's seat, running through the landing checklist while her co-pilot monitored the cargo bay sensors. Behind them, the inspection team sat in silence. 6 compliance officers, each one armed with a tablet, a printer, and a briefcase full of pre-signed violation notices. Park keyed her comm. Indemnity, this is Audit 1. Approaching landing zone Alpha. No hostile activity detected. The reply came from Karras himself. Acknowledged, Audit 1. Proceed with deployment. The shuttle touched down on the northern edge of the settlement, its landing struts settling into the packed dirt. Park lowered the ramp. The inspection team stood and filed out, carrying their equipment. The team leader, Officer Graves, set up a folding table 20 meters from the shuttle and began unpacking forms. Citation pads, violation notices, compliance checklists. He activated his printer, feeding it a ream of fresh paper. The machine hummed to life. Graves looked around. The settlement was quiet. A few colonists were visible in the distance, moving through their routines. None of them approached. Graves keyed his comm. Audit 1, we're set up. Beginning documentation phase. He pulled out a rangefinder and aimed it at the nearest structure. A barn-like building with a corrugated metal roof. He noted the dimensions. cross-referenced them with federal building codes, and frowned. The roof pitch was 7 degrees too shallow, non-compliant. He filled out a violation notice, loaded it into the printer, and hit print. The form emerged with a mechanical whir. Graves set it on the table and moved to the next structure, a tool shed. The doorframe was asymmetrical. Violation. He printed another form. Behind him, the rest of the inspection team spread out, documenting structures with methodical efficiency. Within 20 minutes, Graves had printed 43 violation notices. He stacked them neatly on the table, weighted down by a stapler. That's when he noticed the smell. It was faint at first. Organic. Sweet. Like compost mixed with fresh-cut grass. He looked down. The ground near the table legs was moving. Not shaking. Growing. Thin green tendrils were emerging from the soil, wrapping around the table's folding supports. Graves took a step back. Team. We've got vegetation growth near the staging area. One of the officers looked over. Sir, those look like the vines from the containment incident. Graves pulled out his comm. Audit 1. Request immediate extraction. Hostiles detected. Park's voice crackled back. Define hostiles. Graves watched the vines thicken, climbing the table legs. Plant life. Fast growing. Possibly aggressive. The vines reached the tabletop. They didn't knock anything over. They just spread across the surface, their tendrils weaving between the stacks of forms. Graves reached for the violation notices, but the vines were faster. They wrapped around the papers, pulling them flat against the table. Graves grabbed the edge of one notice and pulled. The vine held firm. He pulled harder. The paper tore. Graves stared at the fragment in his hand. The vine released the rest of the notice. The paper was intact where the vine had touched it, but the edges, the parts Graves had torn, were dissolving, not burning, melting, the cellulose breaking down into a thin, amber liquid that dripped onto the table. Graves dropped the fragment and stepped back. The vines continued their work, spreading over every form on the table. Graves keyed his comm. Park, the vegetation is consuming the paperwork. Request you prep for... He stopped. The vines weren't consuming the forms. They were sorting them. The violation notices for structural non-compliance were being pulled to the left side of the table. The environmental citations were being pulled to the right. The historical preservation warnings were being stacked in the center. And underneath each stack, new vines were growing. Thicker ones, with leaves. The leaves unfurled slowly, revealing text. Printed text. Embossed into the leaf surface like a natural letterhead. Graves leaned closer, reading one of the leaves. Response to Violation Notice 447A, Structural Noncompliance. The building in question predates Federal Building Code adoption by 230 years. Request citation be filed under Historical Preservation Exemption, Article 12, Section 9. Graves blinked. The vine had just filed a counter-citation. He looked at the other leaf stacks. Each one was generating responses. Perfect responses, citing the exact statutes that invalidated the violations. Graves grabbed his comm. All teams, fall back to the shuttles. The vegetation is processing our paperwork. Officer Martinez's voice came through from Landing Zone Bravo. Sir, we're experiencing the same phenomenon. The vines are growing out of the cargo hold. They're wrapping around the filing cabinets. Park's voice cut in. Graves, I've got vines entering the shuttle through the ventilation system. They're reaching the cargo bay. Graves turned and ran for the shuttle. Behind him, the table was completely covered now, a living mass of green tendrils and embossed leaves. He reached the ramp and climbed inside. The cargo bay was full of vines. They'd grown through the air vents, the maintenance hatches, the gaps in the hull plating. They weren't attacking the crew. They were attacking the paperwork. Filing cabinets were wrapped in thick coils, their drawers forced open, their contents being pulled out and sorted. Violation notices were being separated from compliance forms. Citations were being cross-referenced with exemption clauses, and everywhere, the vines were producing leaves. Thousands of them, each one a response, each one perfectly formatted. Graves grabbed a fire extinguisher and aimed it at the nearest vine cluster. Park grabbed his arm. Don't look. She pointed at one of the vines. It was holding a form, a waiver. The text was printed on a leaf, but the signature line at the bottom was blank. As Graves watched, the vine extended a thin tendril toward the signature line. The tip of the tendril secreted a dark amber resin. The resin formed letters, a signature, neat, legible, legally binding. The vine set the signed waiver on top of a stack of other waivers and moved to the next form. Park's voice was quiet. "They're not destroying our audit. They're completing it." Graves looked around the cargo bay. Every filing cabinet was open. Every form was being processed. Violations were being countered. Waivers were being signed. Exemptions were being filed. And the vines just kept growing, producing more leaves, more signatures, more perfectly formatted responses. Graves keyed his comm to the indemnity. Audit 1 to command. Mission compromised. The settlement has deployed organic compliance automation. Request immediate recall. Karras's voice was tight. Define organic compliance automation. Graves looked at the vines, at the leaves, at the signatures forming an amber resin. "Sir, they've got plants that do paperwork." There was a long silence. Then Karras's voice returned. "All audit teams return to orbit immediately." The shuttles lifted off one by one, their cargo bays still full of vines. Park tried to seal the ventilation hatches, but the vines had already spread into the life support ducts. She gave up and focused on flying. Behind her, Graves sat in the passenger bay, watching a vine methodically sign its way through a stack of liability waivers. The signature was always the same. Zylo 7 Municipal Compliance Office, Authorization Code 7G. The vine didn't get tired. It didn't make mistakes. It just kept signing. By the time the shuttle docked with the indemnity, the entire cargo hold was filled with completed paperwork. Graves opened the bay doors and stared. Every violation notice had a response. Every citation had a counterfiling. Every compliance form had been signed, dated, and cross-referenced. The vines had turned 20 tons of enforcement paperwork into 20 tons of perfect bureaucratic compliance, and they'd done it in under 2 hours. Vane met Graves at the airlock, his datapad ready to receive the compliance data. Graves just pointed at the cargo bay. Vane stepped inside and stopped. The vines were still there, draped over the filing cabinets like Christmas garland. Except these vines were holding forms, thousands of forms. Vane picked one up. Response to Environmental Citation 1 to 12, B. Soil excavation depths comply with pre-colonial heritage preservation standards, which supersede modern environmental protection regulations per Grandfather Clause 44K. Below the text was a signature, amber resin, perfectly legible. Vane set the form down and picked up another. Same thing. Perfect compliance, perfect citations, perfect signatures. He walked through the cargo bay, scanning forms at random. Every single one was flawless. The vines had identified every loophole, every exemption, every grandfather clause in the federal code. They'd countered every violation with a statute that predated the violation's legal basis. It was malicious compliance taken to a biological extreme. Vane's hands were shaking. He pulled out his comm. Assessor Vane to Admiral Karras. The audit has been countered, completely. Karras's voice was ice. Countered how? Vane looked at the vines, at the leaves, at the amber signatures drying on 1,000 waivers. Sir, they responded to every citation, with documentation, legal documentation, all of it valid. Karras was silent for a long moment. How long did it take them? Vane checked the timestamps on the forms. 1 hour and 47 minutes. Another silence. That's impossible. Vane picked up a leaf. It was still warm, the resin signature still tacky. Yes, sir, it should be. Karras's voice came back, quieter now. Report to the operations center. We're accepting the tribunal. Vane left the cargo bay and walked through the corridors. Behind him, the vines continued their work, processing the last of the forms, signing the last of the waivers. When he reached the operations center, Karras was standing at the tactical display, staring down at Zylo 7. Vane stepped beside him. Sir, I have the performance strategy ready. 7 fighters, scripted tactics. It's the only option we have left. Karras didn't look at him. How much time? Vane checked his watch. 2 hours and 14 minutes until deadline. Karras nodded slowly. Assemble the team. He finally looked at Vane. And, Assessor? When this is over, I want a full report on how a plant learned to practice law. Vane almost smiled. Yes, sir. He left the operations center and headed for the ready room. 2 hours. 2 hours to turn soldiers into performers. He pulled out his datapad and opened the script. 23 pages of heel tactics and crowd psychology. As he walked, he passed the cargo bay. Through the open airlock, he could see the vines. They'd finished their work. The forms were all processed, all signed, all filed. The vines were retracting now, pulling back through the ventilation ducts, disappearing into the hull plating. By the time Vane reached the ready room, the cargo bay was empty. Just filing cabinets and boxes of completed paperwork. And somewhere below, in the soil of Zylo 7, the vines returned to the settlement. Their roots carried the memory of every form, every statute, every loophole, and they were ready to grow again. Anytime, anywhere. Perfectly compliant. Perfectly legal. Perfectly terrifying. Chapter 10. The Opening Ceremonies. The engineering bay of the UNE Indemnity looked like a scrapyard had mated with a machine shop and produced something angry. Tax Assessor Vane stood on the observation deck, watching the crews work through the viewport. Below him, in the center of the bay, stood Project LITIGATOR. It was 20 meters tall, humanoid in shape, built from components that had been ripped out of the ship's secondary systems over the last 90 minutes. The torso was a cargo container, reinforced with hull plating. The arms were crane assemblies, their hydraulic pistons exposed and dripping lubricant. The legs were landing strut actuators, oversized and jury-rigged to bear the weight. And the head was a sensor array housing, hastily welded to the torso at an angle that made the whole thing look perpetually confused. Chief Engineer Okafor stood beside one of the legs, shouting orders at her team. I need another hydraulic line to the left glute actuator. The weight distribution is off. A technician scrambled up a ladder, dragging a pressure hose. Vane keyed his comm. Chief, status report. Okafor looked up at the observation deck. Her face was streaked with grease, her hair tied back with a piece of electrical tape. Assessor, we're 70% operational. The frame is stable. The actuators are functional, but the balance is wrong. When it walks, it tips forward. We need more counterweight in the posterior assembly. Vane blinked. You need more weight in the rear? Okafor nodded. The locals designed their fighters with low centers of gravity, heavy legs, strong hips. If LITIGATOR doesn't match that profile, it'll fall over the first time it tries to grapple. She wiped her hands on a rag. We need more hydraulics in the glutes. Vane pulled out his datapad and made a note. Admiral Karras's voice crackled over the comm from the bridge. Chief, define glutes. Okafor gestured at the mech's lower assembly. The posterior actuator cluster, sir. The hip stabilizers. The structural muscle groups that prevent the unit from falling on its ass when it moves. She paused. The glutes, sir. There was a long silence. Then Karras's voice returned, tight. How much hydraulic capacity are we talking about? Okafor checked her datapad. 4 additional pressure cylinders, 30 kilograms each, 4,000 psi per actuator, mounted symmetrically on the posterior frame. Another silence. Do it. Okafor turned to her team. You heard the Admiral. Strip the backup life support pumps. We're repurposing them for glute hydraulics. She looked up at Vane. An assessor? Tell whoever's piloting this thing that it's going to move like a drunk forklift. The response lag is 3 seconds on the arm actuators. The leg joints lock if you push them past 60% extension, and the whole frame resonates at 2.4 hertz. If the pilot tries to run, the vibrations will rattle their teeth out. Vane nodded. Noted. How long until deployment? Okafor looked at the mech, at the exposed wiring, at the hydraulic lines held together with speed clamps and hope. 2 hours, maybe, if nothing explodes. She paused. But Assessor, it's ugly. Functional, but ugly. It looks like a construction site threw up. Vane descended from the observation deck and walked across the bay floor. He stopped in front of LITIGATOR, looking up at the crude assembly. Okafor was right. It looked like industrial garbage. No polish, no style. Just exposed metal and dripping hydraulics. He pulled out his datapad and opened the file on Tribunal Performance Strategy. Page 17. Visual impact. He read the notes. Crowd responds to spectacle. Flash over function. Presentation matters. He closed the datapad and turned to Okafor. Chief, we need to make it flashy. Okafor blinked. Sir? Vane gestured at the mech. Gold. Lights. Noise. Make it look like it belongs in a show, not a salvage yard. Okafor stared at him. Sir, we don't have gold plating. This is a warship, not a luxury yacht. Vane walked to a supply locker and pulled it open. Inside were emergency thermal blankets. Reflective foil designed to retain heat in survival situations. He grabbed a roll and tossed it to Okafor. Use this. Cover the exposed sections. Make it shiny. Okafor caught the roll and looked at it. You want me to wrap our legal mech in emergency blankets? Vane nodded. And mount loudspeakers. Something with range. The crowd needs to hear us. Okafor pulled up her work queue on her datapad. Sir, we have salvaged comm arrays in storage. 140 decibel output, but they feedback when you push them past 70%. Vane smiled. Perfect. Mount them on the shoulders. And Chief, I want pyrotechnics, sparks, steam vents, anything that makes noise and looks dangerous. Okafor's expression shifted from confusion to something like understanding. You want us to turn a mech into a parade float. Vane's smile widened. I want you to turn a mech into a spectacle. Okafor turned to her team. You heard the assessor. Break out the thermal foil, strip the comm arrays from Cargo Bay 3, and someone rig the hydraulic vents to blow steam on command. We're making this thing shiny. She looked back at Vane. This is the dumbest thing I've ever built, sir. Vane nodded. Good. Make it dumber. 90 minutes later, Litigator stood in the center of the bay, transformed. The cargo container torso was wrapped in gold foil, reflecting the overhead lights, like a disco ball. The crane arms had been spray-painted with black and gold stripes. The sensor array head now had 2 mounted loudspeakers, one on each side, giving it the appearance of having enormous metal ears. And along the spine, hydraulic vents had been rerouted to exhaust horizontally, creating controlled bursts of steam that hissed dramatically when triggered. Okafor stood beside the mech, arms crossed, covered in gold foil scraps. It looks like a parade float designed by someone who hates parades. Vane walked around the mech, inspecting the work. The foil caught the light, creating shifting patterns across the bay floor. The loudspeakers hummed faintly, vibrating with electrical current. He keyed his comm. Chief, power up the audio system. Okafor climbed into the mech's control housing and activated the speakers. A burst of static filled the bay, loud enough to rattle the deck plating. She adjusted the gain. The static smoothed into a low, rumbling hum. Then she triggered the steam vents. Jets of white vapor shot from the spine, hissing like an angry boiler. The combination of sound and steam made Litigator look like it was breathing. Angry. Ready. Okafor climbed back down and wiped her hands. It's functional. Barely. Vane pulled out his datapad and checked the time. 30 minutes until the parade of biomes. He keyed his comm to the cargo bay. Prepare shuttle for planetary deployment. Project Litigator is ready for transport. On the surface of Zylo 7, the squared circle was lit by bonfires and bioluminescent ring posts. Thousands of colonists had gathered, pressing against the ropes, their voices a constant murmur. The gavel stood in the center of the ring, her championship belt gleaming. She raised one hand, and the crowd fell silent. People of Zylo 7, we begin the Grand Tribunal with the Parade of Biomes. Let each region present its strength. From the eastern edge of the settlement, a group emerged. 20 people wearing vests covered in pockets, carrying tools. At their head was a man riding a rototiller beast, the creature's metal hooves clanking on dirt. They circled the ring and planted a flag at the eastern post. The gavel's voice rang out. The Eastern Agricultural Collective. From the west came the Forge Consortium. Heavy aprons, hammers, a woman pushing a walking wheelbarrow filled with glowing ingots. The wheelbarrow's 4 legs moved in sync with her steps. They planted their flag. From the north came the Canopy Union. Climbing gear, vine ropes, a teenager riding an 8-legged crane spider carrying bundles of iron root. They planted their flag. From the south came the aquaculture syndicate. Wetsuits, harpoons, an old man riding a seal-crocodile hybrid pulling a sled of leaking barrels. They planted their flag. The four groups stood at their posts. The gavel turned to face the sky. And now the challengers, the United Nations of Earth, present your strength. A shuttle descended from orbit, larger than the others. It landed outside the ring with a heavy thud. The cargo ramp lowered and hydraulic hiss filled the air. Then Litigator stepped out. 20 meters of gold foil and industrial rage. Its footsteps shook the ground. The loudspeakers on its shoulders crackled to life, emitting a low-frequency hum that vibrated in the crowd's chests. It took 3 steps forward, and the hydraulic vents along its spine fired in sequence. Steam erupted in controlled bursts, billowing into the night air. The gold foil caught the firelight, creating shifting patterns that made the mech look like it was covered in molten metal. The crowd went silent. Then someone booed, then another. The boos spread. Litigator kept walking, its actuators whining, its feet clanking on the dirt. It stopped at the edge of the ring and stood still. The loudspeakers crackled again, and a voice echoed across the settlement. Tax Assessor Vane, broadcasting from orbit. People of Zylo 7. The United Nations of Earth presents Project LITIGATOR. Legal enforcement, kinetic compliance, and really good glutes. The crowd's boos faltered. Someone laughed. Then another. Litigator raised one crane arm and flexed. The hydraulics hissed. The gold foil rippled. The steam vents fired in a synchronized burst that made the mech look like it was smoking. And somewhere in the crowd, someone cheered. Not a loud cheer, just one voice. Then another. The boos didn't stop, but they were mixed now. Half the crowd was jeering. The other half was watching with something like fascination. On the Indemnity, Vane stood at the observation deck viewport, watching the crowd's reaction. Admiral Karras stood beside him, his arms crossed. "They're booing us." Vane shook his head. "Half of them are. The other half are watching. That's heat, sir. Attention. Engagement." He pointed at the tactical display. The crowd's thermal signatures were shifting. People were moving closer to the ring, jostling for a better view. They don't know if they love us or hate us yet, but they care. Karras looked at Litigator on the visual feed, at the gold foil, at the steam vents, at the ridiculous loudspeakers. "We built a parade float," Vane nodded. "Yes, sir, and they're watching it." On the surface, the gavel walked to the edge of the ring and looked up at Litigator. She tilted her head, studying the mech. Then she turned to the crowd. "The challengers have presented their strength." She paused. The crowd was still murmuring, still arguing among themselves about whether the gold monstrosity was impressive or insulting. The gavel raised her voice. "Let the preparation begin. The first match will commence at dawn." The crowd erupted. Not boos, not cheers, just noise, excitement, energy. Litigator stood motionless at the ring's edge, its loudspeakers humming, its steam vents hissing softly. The 4 biome flags stood at their posts, and in the center of the ring, the gavel planted one final flag. It was black, with a white symbol, a gavel crossing a wrench, the symbol of kinetic litigation. Vane watched from orbit as the settlement transformed into a festival. Vendors appeared, setting up stalls. Musicians played. Children ran through the crowd, weaving between adults. The bonfires roared higher. Litigator didn't move. It just stood there, gold and gleaming and absurd, holding the crowd's attention like a magnet. Karras turned away from the viewport. "Assessor, we have 6 hours until the first match. Assemble the champions. Brief them on the performance strategy." Vane nodded. "Yes, sir." He looked back at the planet, at Litigator standing in the firelight, at the crowd pressing closer to the ring. He pulled out his datapad and opened a new message. "To Lieutenant Park. Subject, Match 1. Body, they're watching. Don't waste it." He closed the datapad and left the observation deck. Behind him, through the viewport, Zylo 7 turned slowly in the darkness. The bonfires burned, the crowd chanted, and Project LITIGATOR stood at the edge of the squared circle, wrapped in gold foil and arrogance, waiting for dawn. Somewhere in the crowd, a colonist turned to his neighbor and pointed at the mech. What is that supposed to be? The neighbor shrugged. I don't know, but I want to see it fight. And that, Vane thought as he walked down the corridor, was exactly the point. Chapter 11. The Undercard. The squared circle smelled like ozone and wet earth when tax assessor Vane arrived at dawn. The crowd was already there. Not physically. The crowd was never physically there. But the static hummed through the arena's root lattice structure like a distant stadium roar filtered through 10,000 miles of soil. Vane had learned to read it the way a sailor reads swells. This morning, it was restless, hungry. The gavel stood at the edge of the circle, her massive cybernetic arm resting on the top rope. The rope wasn't rope. It was a living vine as thick as Vane's thigh, coiled in precise tension around iron stakes driven into bedrock. The vine pulsed with a slow vegetal heartbeat. Vane had stopped flinching when he touched them 3 days ago. Your team is late, taxman, the gavel said without turning. Her voice carried across the empty circle like a referee's whistle. The Root brothers have been stretching for an hour. They're getting bored. Vane checked his datapad. The tournament bracket glowed in amber bioluminescence, courtesy of a symbiotic lichen someone had installed in the screen's bezel. The device no longer ran on battery power. It ran on photosynthesis and spite. The mechanics are arguing with the Marines about equipment protocol. Something about whether a torque wrench qualifies as an agricultural implement. Smart mechanics, the gavel said. She finally turned to face him, and Vane saw the glint of approval in her eyes. The wrench question is older than your empire, little man. Soil-turning tools have been ring legal since the first harvest. Your boys figure that out on their own, or did someone slip them a copy of the bylaws? They figured it out, Vane lied. He'd slipped Chief Mechanic Reeves an annotated copy of the Zylo's Agricultural Equipment Standards Manual at 0400 hours. Reeves had read it by flashlight while the Marines were still polishing their rifles. The old mechanic had started laughing at Section 4.7, percussion maintenance devices, wrenches, mallets, pry bars, and their application in competitive soil compaction. Any tool designed to break soil may break a man, Reeves had whispered, eyes gleaming. It's right there in the fine print. The Marines hadn't found it funny. Corporal Chen had tried to confiscate Reeves's toolbox twice before Vane intervened with a litany of regulations neither side fully understood, but both were forced to respect. The first figures emerged from the staging tunnels. The Root brothers. Vane had read their file. Thaddeus and Cyrus Root, former irrigation specialists who'd symbiosed with a matched pair of kudzu armor during the wet season riots 50 years ago. The vines grew from their spines like secondary nervous systems, green and glistening under the morning glare of Zylo 7's swollen red sun. Thaddeus was the talker. He waved to the invisible crowd and the static surged in response. The vines rippling across his shoulders flared with bioluminescent nodes, photosynthesizing the applause into ATP. Cyrus was silent. His vines were thicker, older, wound so tight around his torso he moved like a coiled spring. They're feeding off the crowd noise, Vane muttered. Of course they are, the gavel said. That's how you win here. The louder the crowd, the stronger the competitor. Basic thermodynamics. Your people should have studied the local physics before they started shooting. The Earth team emerged from the opposite tunnel. 4 men. 2 Marines in parade ground dress uniforms stripped of rank insignia per tournament regs. 2 mechanics in grease-stained coveralls that had seen the inside of more engine blocks than shower stalls. Corporal Chen walked with the rigid posture of a man who'd been trained to never show weakness. Private Okafor carried his rifle like a holy relic. Both weapons were unloaded per circle law, but the Marines refused to leave them in the locker room. Chief Mechanic Reeves looked like he'd slept in a recycling compactor. His partner, a wiry woman named Torres, carried a canvas tool bag that clinked with every step. Vane had inspected the contents personally. 19 wrenches, 12 socket extensions, 1 very illegal plasma torch that Torres had somehow reclassified as a high-intensity vegetation management device. The gavel raised her cybernetic arm. Servos whined. The crowd static crescendoed. Undercard exhibition match. Tag team format. No time limit. No rope breaks. Pinfalls and submissions only. Agricultural implements are ring legal. Projectile weapons are prohibited under the Ballistic Courtesy Act of Harvest Year 447. She pointed at the Marines. That means your boomsticks stay holstered, boys. Chen's jaw tightened. Okafor whispered something frantic. Chen shook his head once, sharp. Tag rules are standard, the gavel continued. You want your partner, you touch hands. Both feet leave the canvas, you're out of bounds. The vines will pull you back in. Gently. She smiled. It was not a gentle smile. First fall wins. Losers pay the sanitation tax. Vane didn't know what the sanitation tax was. He'd stopped asking after the compost golem incident. The bell rang. It wasn't a bell. It was a hollow gourd the size of a barrel, struck with a femur from some extinct megafauna. The sound rolled through the circle like distant thunder. Chen and Thaddeus Root started the match. Vane had seen Chen fight in the Phobie perimeter drills. The man moved like a textbook, economical, precise. He closed distance with the Root brother, feinted high, shot low for a double-leg takedown. Perfect form. The kind of technique that won medals at the Naval Academy. Thaddeus didn't move. The kudzu vines erupted from his shoulders like striking serpents, coiling around Chen's arms mid-shoot. The Marine's momentum carried him forward, but he wasn't grabbing legs anymore. He was suspended 3 feet off the canvas, held by living rope that smelled like fresh-cut grass and something sharper. Chlorophyll. Aggression. Projectiles are prohibited, Thaddeus said mildly. Vines aren't projectiles. They're agricultural pest control infrastructure. He flexed. The vines contracted. Chen grunted as his shoulders hyperextended. Tag! Chen barked. Okafor lunged across the circle, slapping Chen's boot. The vines released. Chen hit the canvas hard, rolling toward the corner where Reeves and Torres waited. Okafor came in hot. He was faster than Chen, younger, angrier. He threw a wild haymaker that Thaddeus slipped with minimal effort. The Root brother was grinning now. Okafor reset, dropped low, tried for a leg sweep. Cyrus Root blind-tagged his brother's shoulder from the apron. The silent brother vaulted the top rope in one smooth motion, vines coiling around the support stakes for leverage. He landed behind Okafor. Before the Marine could turn, Cyrus had him in a rear waistlock, vines already snaking around Okafor's midsection. Vane watched the private's face cycle through confusion, panic, and finally rage. Okafor reached for his rifle. His fingers found only air. The weapon was holstered on his back, unloaded, useless. He'd trained his entire adult life to solve problems with that rifle. The circle didn't care. Cyrus lifted. Okafor left the canvas. For a moment he hung suspended in a perfect arc, a textbook German suplex in progress. Then the vines tightened around his chest, and the throw became something else, something agricultural. The impact when Okafor hit the mat sounded like a bag of fertilizer dropped from a hopper. Dust exploded from the packed earth surface. The static roared. Your Marines are getting mulched, the gavel observed. Vane said nothing. He was watching Reeves. The old mechanic stood in the corner, one hand on the tag rope, eyes tracking the Root brothers with the patient focus of a man who'd spent 40 years diagnosing malfunctioning hydraulics. Torres stood beside him, wrench already in hand. She was spinning it slowly, testing the weight, feeling the balance. Okafor crawled toward the earth corner. Cyrus led him. The crowd wanted drama, not efficiency. The static was building, and Vane could feel it in his teeth now, a subsonic pressure that made his molars ache. Okafor's hand slapped Reeves's palm. The old mechanic stepped through the ropes. He wasn't fast. He wasn't imposing. He was 63 years old with a replacement hip and early-stage silicosis from 30 years breathing recycled station air. But he moved into the circle like he was entering an engine room, and engine rooms were his chapel. Cyrus Root charged. Reeves sidestepped. Minimal movement. Efficient. The kind of economy of motion that came from working in tight spaces where every wasted inch could cost you a finger. Cyrus's vines lashed out, seeking purchase. Reeves caught one mid-strike. For a moment, nobody moved. The vine writhed in Reeves's grease-stained hand. The mechanic's face showed no fear, no disgust, just professional assessment. "Tensile strength's good," he said conversationally. Cellular structure's dense. You boys been feeding these things high nitrogen compost? Cyrus blinked. Reeves yanked. The vine was strong, but the root brother wasn't braced for a pull. He stumbled forward, off balance. Reeves drove his shoulder into Cyrus's sternum. Not a tackle, a controlled impact. The same motion he'd used 10,000 times to dislodge a stuck panel or break a corroded seal. Cyrus hit the canvas flat on his back. The vine spasmed, seeking revenge. They found Reeves' coveralls and started to coil. Torres tagged herself in. She came through the ropes low and fast, wrench already swinging. The tool was a 14-inch adjustable chrome vanadium steel, designed to apply 250 foot-pounds of torque to stubborn fasteners. It weighed 2 pounds. It had broken Reeves's left thumb twice and Torres's wrist once. They both loved it like a misbehaving child. The wrench caught Cyrus's vine cluster mid-coil. Not a wild swing, a precise strike. Torres had aimed for the densest node, the point where 3 major vines braided together at the root brother's shoulder. The impact sounded like a mallet hitting cabbage. The vine spasmed and released Reeves. Cyrus rolled away, clutching his shoulder. The bioluminescent nodes flickered. "Foreign object!" Thaddeus shouted from the apron. "Referee, that's a foreign object!" The gavel didn't even look up from her corner. Agricultural implement. Section 4.7. Legal. That's a wrench. That's a soil compaction percussion device, the gavel corrected. Used for driving stakes, breaking clods, and turning heavy clay. I can show you the patent filing from Harvest Year 12 if you want to contest this during the appeal window. Thaddeus's mouth worked silently. The crowd's static surged, but the tone had changed. It wasn't bloodlust anymore. It was interest, curiosity. The kind of noise a crowd makes when they see something new. Torres pressed the advantage. She didn't try to grapple Cyrus. She circled him, wrench loose in her grip, forcing him to track her movement. The root brothers' vines were still recoiling from the strike, confused by tool-based percussion. They'd evolved to counter fists and feet and human leverage. Nobody had hit them with a wrench before. Cyrus tagged Thaddeus. The talker came in angry. His vines spread wide, trying to corner Torres against the ropes. She backpedaled, eyes scanning, looking for openings, looking for leverage points. She was analyzing Thaddeus the same way she analyzed a seized transmission. Where's the stress point? Where's the failure threshold? Thaddeus lunged. Torres dropped low, swinging the wrench in a wide arc. Not at the vines, at the canvas. The wrench struck the packed earth with a dull thud, and a divot exploded upward. Dirt hit Thaddeus in the face. He stumbled, vines flailing blind. Torres tagged Reeves. The old mechanic stepped back through the ropes, and now he had his own wrench. Bigger than Torres. 18 inches. Offset head. The kind of tool you used when the regular wrench wasn't getting the job done and you were too stubborn to call for help. Thaddeus cleared his eyes just in time to see Reeves close the distance. The mechanic didn't swing the wrench. He held it reversed, using the handle like a pry bar. He jammed it into the gap between 2 of Thaddeus's major vine clusters and torqued. The sound was organic and wrong, like pulling a root from hard ground. Thaddeus howled. His vines spasmed, trying to dislodge the wrench. Reeves held on, leaning his full weight into the leverage. "Problem with biological hydraulics," he grunted, "is they don't have a bypass valve." He twisted harder. Something in Thaddeus's vine cluster popped. Not severed. Hyperextended. The root brother dropped to one knee, vines going slack. Torres tagged back in. She grabbed Thaddeus's wrist, spun him around, and applied a standing armbar. Not fancy, not flashy, just mechanical advantage. She was using her whole body as a lever, and Thaddeus's elbow was the fulcrum. "Tap or snap," she said quietly. Thaddeus looked at his brother. Cyrus was still on the apron, shoulder nodes dim, breathing hard. The Root brothers had been fighting as a team for 50 years. They'd won the irrigation rights tournament 3 times. They'd never faced opponents who treated their vines like malfunctioning equipment. Thaddeus tapped the canvas twice. The gourd bell rang. The gavel raised Torres's hand. Winner by submission, Earth Expedition Team. First fall, 14 minutes, 18 seconds. The static erupted, not the bloodthirsty roar from earlier. Something else. Something that almost sounded like respect. Vane exhaled for the first time in 4 minutes. Reeves and Torres helped Thaddeus to his feet. The Root brother was cradling his hyper-extended vine cluster, but he was grinning. "Where'd you learn to fight vines?" "We don't fight vines," Reeves said. "We fight hydraulic lines. Same principle. Find the pressure point, apply counterforce, wait for the yield." Thaddeus laughed. It hurt him to laugh. He did it anyway. "You turned my shoulder assembly into a stuck valve." Yup." Cyrus approached, moving stiffly. He looked at Torres's wrench, then at her face. "That tool has a name." Torres glanced down at the battered chrome surface. "Betsy. Betsy has good form. Betsy does her job." The Root brothers walked back to their tunnel. The vines were already regenerating, new shoots sprouting from the damaged nodes. They'd be fight-ready in a week. The crowd static followed them out, a susurrus of appreciation for a clean match fought within the rules. The gavel crossed the circle to where Vane stood. "Your team won." I noticed. They won because they read the bylaws. They won because they brought the right tools. They won because they stopped trying to fight like soldiers and started fighting like tradesmen. She paused. "You teach them that?" "No," Vane admitted. "They taught themselves. I just gave them the manual." "Good." The gavel's cybernetic arm whirred softly. The crowd liked it. "You gained heat tonight, Taxman. Not a lot, but enough that people will remember your team's name when the main card starts." Vane looked at his datapad. The tournament bracket had updated. Earth Expedition Team, 1 win, 0 losses. The amber lichen pulsed with what might have been approval. "How much did we win?" The gavel consulted a scroll made from cured bark. "Standard undercard purse, 12,000 credits offset against your outstanding debt." Vane did the math. 50,866,200 in total debt, minus 12,000. We're still in the hole. Yes, by a lot. Yes, but we won a match. The gavel smiled. "You won by understanding the rules. That's worth more than the purse, little man. The crowd respects cleverness. Cleverness gets you heat. Heat gets you further than strength in this circle." She started walking toward the exit tunnel. "Next match is in 3 days. Main card qualifier. You'll face the Compost Collective." "What's the Compost Collective?" "You'll find out. I suggest your mechanics bring bigger wrenches." She left. Vane stood alone in the circle. The vines were still pulsing with residual static, draining the last of the crowd's energy into the root lattice. The sun was higher now, and the heat made the air shimmer. Reeves and Torres approached from the earth corner. Both were limping slightly. Reeves's bad hip was flaring up. Torres had vine friction burns on her forearms. "We won," Reeves said. It wasn't a question, but it wasn't quite a statement either. "You won," Vane confirmed, with a wrench. "Soil compaction percussion device," Torres corrected. She was still holding Betsy. "Says so right in the manual, section 4.7. Vane looked at the two mechanics, grease-stained, exhausted, grinning like idiots. The Marines couldn't beat them. "The Marines tried to shoot them," Reeves said. "Can't shoot what you're not allowed to shoot, but you can always hit it with a wrench. Wrenches don't care about rules of engagement. Wrenches care about torque," Torres added. They walked back toward the tunnel. Vane followed. Behind them, the circle's vines were already repairing the divots Torres had kicked up. The earth was self-healing. The arena was self-maintaining. Everything on this planet was alive and self-regulating and utterly alien to every principle Vane had spent 40 years enforcing, except for the wrenches. Wrenches were universal. Admiral Karras was waiting in the staging area. His pristine uniform looked obscene next to the mechanics' coveralls. "I watched from the command observation deck. You won with tools. Agricultural implements," Vane said. "Legally distinct category. We have an army. We have warships. We have a tournament to win," Vane interrupted. "The army doesn't matter here. The warships don't matter. The only thing that matters is the bracket, and we just earned our first point." He held up the datapad. 12,000 credits. 1 victory. And enough heat that the crowd will remember our names. Karras stared at him. "You're enjoying this." Vane considered lying, decided against it. "I'm understanding this. There's a difference." He looked past Karras to where Chen and Okafor sat on a bench, nursing bruised ribs and damaged pride. The Marines need to learn from the mechanics. The next match won't be against vines. It'll be against something worse. What could be worse than sentient plants? Reeves was walking past. He didn't break stride, but he answered anyway. "Sentient compost. Way worse. Compost holds grudges." He kept walking. Karras looked at Vane. "What does that mean?" "I don't know," Vane admitted. "But I'm going to read the manual before I find out." He walked toward the barracks. Behind him, the squared circle's vines were singing. Not words, just tone. The sound of a system regulating itself. The sound of a planet that ran on conflict and compromise, and the careful application of leverage at exactly the right pressure point. The sound of a place where wrenches mattered more than guns. Vane was starting to understand why the colony had survived 5,000 years. They'd figured out which tools actually worked. Chapter 12. The Heel Turn. The command deck of the UNE. Indemnity smelled like recycled air and disappointment. Tax Assessor Vane stood at parade rest in front of Admiral Karras's desk, watching the man's jaw work through what had to be his fourth antacid tablet of the hour. The desk was real wood. Mahogany, imported from Earth at ruinous expense. It was the only organic thing on the entire ship that hadn't tried to eat someone. Karras pointed at the wall screen. The tournament bracket glowed in sterile LED precision, untouched by bioluminescent lichen or symbiotic moss. Earth expedition teams sat in the lower left quadrant. 1 win, 0 losses. A thin green line connected them to the next match. Compost Collective. 3 days. "Explain to me," Karras said slowly, "why we are playing their game." Vane had prepared 17 different answers to this question. He'd rehearsed them in the shower, in the mess hall, during the 2 hours of fitful sleep he'd managed in the past 48 hours. None of them would satisfy Karras. "Because their game is the only game, sir. We tried imposing martial law. The vines sued us. We tried orbital interdiction. The mushrooms ate the drones. We tried. I know what we tried." Karras crushed the antacid wrapper in his fist. "I was there. I gave the orders. And now I'm watching mechanics beat plants with wrenches while my Marines sit on the bench nursing bruised egos." He stood abruptly. The chair scraped against the deck plating. "This is humiliating. This is effective." Vane kept his voice level. "We won the Undercard match. We earned 12,000 credits against the debt and gained heat with the crowd. The gavel says..." "The gavel." Karras spat the name like a curse. "A 400-pound woman with a cybernetic arm who thinks gravity is a popularity contest. You're taking strategic advice from a carnival barker. She's the referee, sir, and the magistrate, and functionally, the planet's executive authority." Vane pulled up his datapad. The lichen-infested screen flickered amber. "I've been studying the Zylo's governance structure. It's not a carnival. It's a meritocracy enforced through violence." Karras walked to the viewport. Zylo 7 filled the frame, bloated red sun painting the atmosphere in shades of rust and amber. Dressed up in pageantry and bylaws, but violence nonetheless. The strong dominate the weak. We've seen this before. Feudalism, warlordism, every failed state in human history. With respect, sir, they're not failed. They've been self-governing for 5,000 years. No famine, no plague, no civil war. The tournament system channels aggression into spectacle. Karras turned. His face was pale. He'd been eating military rations for 3 weeks, refusing anything grown in Zylo's soil. The weight loss made his eyes look hollow. "They've turned governance into entertainment, and you want us to participate." "We are participating. We don't have a choice." "There's always a choice." Vane felt something cold settle in his stomach. He'd heard that tone before. It was the tone Admiral Karras used when he decided the regulations were suggestions and the court-martial would be worth it. "What choice, sir?" Karras walked back to his desk. He didn't sit. He pulled a data chip from his pocket and placed it on the mahogany surface. The chip was unmarked. Standard military issue secure storage. The main card qualifier is in 3 days. Win that and we advance to the championship bracket. Win the championship and we settle the debt and the sovereignty question simultaneously. That's the plan, sir. The plan assumes we win fairly. The cold feeling spread. Sir, the Compost Collective is undefeated in close quarters combat. 12 victories, 0 losses. They regenerate damage faster than we can inflict it. Our mechanics won against vines because vines have structural weak points. Compost doesn't have structure. It's aggregate, decentralized. Hit it hard enough and it just reforms. Karras tapped the data chip. So we don't hit it. We disrupt it, at the molecular level. Vane looked at the chip. What's on that? Schematics for a resonance charge, tuned to the specific oscillation frequency of Zylo's organic matter. Detonated in the circle during the match, and every piece of living tissue within 100 meters experiences catastrophic cellular disruption. Karras paused. The Compost Collective dissolves, literally, and we advance to the championship by default. The command deck's environmental system hummed. Somewhere in the wall, a pump cycled coolant. Vane became very aware of his own heartbeat. That's cheating. That's pragmatism. The gavel will know. She has sensors. She has bylaws. Karras picked up the chip and held it out. I've read them. Same as you. Section 9.4. Structural failures of natural origin are not grounds for match nullification. We detonate during seismic activity. The planet has micro-tremors every 6 hours. One of them triggers a previously undetected fault line beneath the circle. Tragic. Unprecedented. Entirely natural. Vane didn't take the chip. You want me to lie to a referee who can probably smell adrenaline. I want you to install this device in Project LITIGATOR's chest cavity and activate it when I give the signal. The mech's shielding will protect our team. The Compost Collective will experience rapid, unscheduled composting. We win, we advance, we go home. Karras's hand didn't waver. This is a direct order, tax assessor. Vane looked at the chip. It was small. Civilian-grade data storage, probably salvaged from some mid-level bureaucrat's confiscated personal effects. The kind of thing you'd use to hide embezzlement records or blackmail files. Not the kind of thing you'd use to store weapon schematics unless you wanted plausible deniability. The resonance charge is already built, Vane said quietly. Engineering completed it this morning. They think it's a diagnostic tool for analyzing soil composition. Karras smiled. It looked painful. I'm not asking you to build the weapon, Vane. I'm asking you to install it and push a button. And if I refuse? The smile vanished. You won't. Sir, you've spent 40 years in the Revenue Service. 40 years enforcing regulations you didn't write for people who didn't care. You've audited planetary governments, corporate cartels, and religious sects that thought divine mandate exempted them from taxes. You've never once refused an assignment. Karras leaned forward. Do you know why I requested you for this mission? Vane said nothing. Because you're exhausted. Because you're 3 years from mandatory retirement with a pension that barely covers housing in a decent orbital. Because you need this mission to go well. Karras placed the chip on the desk again, precisely centered. Succeed here, and I write a commendation that doubles your retirement allocation. You can afford real gravity, real atmosphere, maybe even real wood furniture. He tapped the mahogany. Fail here, and I write a report detailing how my tax assessor went native, adopted local customs, prioritized alien sports over imperial objectives. The cold feeling had reached Vane's hands. They were shaking. He clenched them. That would be a lie, sir. Would it? Karras gestured at Vane's datapad. You're carrying a device infected with local bioluminescent organisms. You're quoting their bylaws. You gained heat with the crowd, Vane. You cheered when the mechanics won. His voice dropped. You're one of them now. And if I put that in writing, the review board will believe it. They always believe the Admiral. Vane looked at his datapad. The amber lichen pulsed softly. He'd stopped trying to clean it off after the 3rd day. It didn't interfere with functionality. It actually improved screen visibility in low light. He'd started thinking of it as an upgrade. He was one of them now. I need an answer, tax assessor. Vane reached for the chip. His fingers closed around it. The surface was cool, inert, just data, just instructions, just one button during one match, and then they could leave this place and never think about sentient wrenches or litigation by suplex ever again. He could afford real wood. I'll install it, Vane said. Karras exhaled. Good man. When do you want it activated? I'll signal you during the match. 3 short taps on the command channel. You'll have a 10-second window before the seismic event. Karras sat down. The tension left his shoulders. He looked like a man who'd just solved a very complicated equation. Dismissed. Vane stood there for 3 more seconds. The chip felt heavy. Heavier than it should. He saluted, turned, walked to the hatch. Vane. He stopped. This is for the best, Karras said. These people are playing a game that should have died with the Roman Colosseum. We're bringing them back to civilization. Sometimes that requires difficult choices. Vane nodded. He didn't trust his voice. He left the command deck and walked through corridors that had once felt familiar and now felt like a cage. The ship's environmental system cycled the same air endlessly. Scrubbed, filtered, sterilized. Nothing organic, nothing alive. Nothing that pulsed with its own agenda. He made it to his quarters before his hands started shaking again. The room was small. Regulation, a bunk, a desk, a footlocker containing 40 years of career documentation compressed into 3 archive boxes. He sat on the bunk and looked at the data chip, Section 9.4, Structural Failures of Natural Origin. He pulled up his data pad and opened the Zylo's Agricultural Equipment Standards Manual. The lichen backlight flickered as he scrolled. Section 4.7, Section 6.2, Section 8.9. Hundreds of pages of bylaws written by people who'd spent 5,000 years arguing about whether a shovel qualified as a piercing weapon or a bludgeoning implement. People who cared about the rules so much they'd built an entire civilization around respecting them, even when the rules were stupid, especially when the rules were stupid. Vane pulled up Section 9.4. Read it. Read the subsections. Read the precedent cases cited in the footnotes. There were 47 footnotes. One of them referenced a match from harvest year 831 where a sinkhole had opened mid-bout and swallowed both competitors. The gavel of that era had ruled it a draw because neither combatant could continue. Both teams had split the purse and scheduled a rematch for the following season. The sinkhole had been caused by illegal geothermal drilling by one of the teams. The gavel had known. The footnote was very clear about that. The gavel had known, had suspected the drilling, had even warned the team that structural sabotage is poor sportsmanship and worse geology. But because she couldn't prove the sinkhole wasn't natural, she'd followed the letter of the law and called it a draw. Then she'd quietly arranged for both teams to face each other in the rematch against a tag team of tunnel worms specifically bred to detect and collapse artificial cavities. Both teams had been eaten. The precedent citation ended with, "See also, Why We Don't Fuck With the Rules. Consolidated Cases 832-847. Vane closed the data pad. He looked at the chip. He thought about real wood. He thought about the Root brothers grinning as Reeves explained hydraulic leverage. He thought about Torres calling her Wrench Betsy. He thought about the way the static had changed tone when the crowd realized Earth had won through cleverness instead of strength. He thought about Karras's face when he'd said, "This is for the best." Vane had spent 40 years watching admirals say things were for the best right before they did something that violated 17 regulations and 3 treaties. He'd written the reports. He'd filed the paperwork. He'd collected the taxes on the cleanup fees. He'd never once stopped them. He stood up, walked to the door. The corridor outside was empty. Third shift. Most of the crew was asleep or on patrol. He walked past the crew quarters, past the mess hall, past the armory. He stopped at Engineering Bay 3. The resonance charge sat on a workbench, wrapped in diagnostic shrouding. It looked exactly like a soil analysis probe. The engineers had done good work. Vane checked the installation schematic on his data pad. The device fit into Litigator's chest cavity, right behind the primary hydraulic pump. Easy access, simple activation, 3-button sequence that could be triggered remotely or via manual override. He picked up the charge. It was heavier than the data chip. Dense. Purpose-built. The kind of weight that felt significant. He carried it to Litigator's staging area. The mech stood in the center of the bay, 20 tons of repurposed ship components and aggression. Someone had painted flames on the shoulder plates. The glutes had been reinforced with additional hydraulics per Vane's specifications. The chest cavity was open, maintenance hatches removed, exposing the tangle of synthetic muscle fibers and pressure lines that made the thing move. Vane climbed the access ladder, reached the chest cavity, found the mounting bracket. The resonance charge clicked into place perfectly. He stared at it for 30 seconds. Then he opened the device's control panel and started reconfiguring the activation sequence. It took him an hour. He'd never been good with electronics. His specialty was tax law and contract enforcement, not bomb disposal. But the device was designed for idiots to use, which meant it was designed for people like him to modify if they were patient and willing to read the manual 3 times. When he was done, the 3-button remote sequence no longer activated the resonance charge. It activated the emergency vent system for Litigator's hydraulic coolant. The resonance charge now required a 6-button sequence entered manually at the device itself. A sequence that included a biometric lock keyed to Vane's thumbprint, which meant Karras couldn't activate it remotely, which meant the only way the bomb went off was if Vane climbed into Litigator's chest cavity during an active match and deliberately entered the code while pressing his thumb against the sensor, which he wasn't going to do. Vane climbed down from the mech. His hands had stopped shaking. He walked back to his quarters, sat on his bunk, and opened his datapad one more time. He pulled up the tournament bracket. Earth Expedition Team, 1 win, 1 more match before the championship, 3 days. He pulled up his personal files. Retirement allocation projections, current balance, projected payout with Karras's commendation, projected payout without it. The difference was significant. The difference was real wood furniture and genuine atmosphere and maybe a small garden where nothing tried to eat him. He closed the file. He opened the Zylo's Agricultural Equipment Standards Manual and started reading Section 12, Compost Management and Aggregate Organism Containment Protocols. If they were going to beat the compost collective, they were going to do it the right way, with wrenches, and maybe a very large rake. 3 days later, Vane stood in the staging tunnel beneath the squared circle. Chief Mechanic Reeves was to his left, checking Torres' tool bag for the 3rd time. Corporal Chen stood to his right, silent and bruised. The Root brothers had taught him something about humility. Private Okafor was absent. Medical had grounded him with cracked ribs. The gavel's voice echoed through the tunnel. Main card qualifier, tag team format, Earth Expedition Team versus Compost Collective. Winner advances to championship bracket. Vane felt the static building. It was stronger than the undercard. Hungrier. The crowd wanted something memorable. Nervous? Reeves asked. Yes. Good. Means you care. The old mechanic hefted his wrench. 18 inches. Offset head. Betsy's bigger brother. You read the manual? Twice. Find anything useful? Section 12.4 says compost organisms are vulnerable to rapid dehydration via desiccant compounds. Vane held up a canvas bag. I brought lime. Reeves grinned. Agricultural soil amendment. Ring legal. Ring legal, Vane confirmed. Torres was listening. She looked at Vane's datapad, the lichen pulsed amber. You went native. I went practical. Same thing on this planet. The tunnel lights dimmed. The gourd bell rang. Vane walked toward the circle, and behind him, back on the Indemnity, Admiral Karras was probably wondering why his remote activation sequence was venting hydraulic coolant all over the staging bay. Vane didn't care. He had a match to win, the right way. Chapter 13. The Championship. Tax Assessor Vane had spent 3 days learning to pilot a 20-ton lawsuit. The manual called it Project LITIGATOR. The mechanics called it the Objection Engine. Chief Mechanic Reeves called it a liability nightmare held together with spite and gold foil. Vane called it the only chance they had of winning the championship without getting mulched by sentient topsoil. The cockpit smelled like hydraulic fluid and recycled air. Vane sat strapped into the pilot's cradle, surrounded by analog pressure gauges, manual valve controls, and a control scheme that made him nostalgic for tax forms. At least tax forms had consistent logic. Litigator had 17 different ways to activate the left knee joint, and 12 of them would tear the actuator housing if you pulled them in the wrong sequence. Pressure check. Reeves's voice crackled through the headset. The old mechanic was somewhere in the staging tunnel, monitoring telemetry on a datapad held together with electrical tape and prayer. Read me the hydraulic manifold. Vane scanned the gauges. Primary circuit 3,200 psi, secondary 2,900, tertiary backup 2,100. Glutes 4,500 psi and climbing. Vane watched the specialized gauge. The posterior hydraulic reinforcement system was the most over-engineered component of the entire mech. Reeves had insisted, said the crowd respected glutes, said a champion needed structural integrity in the posterior chain or the pivot throws wouldn't generate proper torque. Vane hadn't argued. He'd stopped arguing with the mechanics around the same time he'd stopped believing the Empire knew what it was doing. Looking good, Reeves confirmed. Coolant reservoir? Full. All seals replaced. No leaks detected. 3 days of round-the-clock repair work. The staging bay still smelled like industrial lubricant, but the mech was functional. Barely. Litigator wasn't designed for extended operation. It was designed for exactly one match. Win or catastrophic mechanical failure. Possibly both. You remember the finisher sequence? Vane consulted the laminated card taped to the console. The filibuster finisher. A maneuver so absurd it had required 2 days of structural reinforcement just to make theoretically possible. Thruster burn at apogee, rotation stabilizers at 110%, glute compressors fire on impact, pray the frame holds, and if the frame doesn't hold, then we lose very dramatically. Vane paused. The crowd will respect the attempt. Reeves laughed. It sounded tired. Ring legal. Good luck, taxman. Try not to break my mech before the finale. It's the Empire's mech. Not anymore. I welded it. It's mine. The channel clicked off. The tunnel lights changed from red to amber. 30 seconds to entrance. Vane activated the external audio feed. The sound of the squared circle flooded the cockpit. Not the static, the actual crowd. Real humans and real colonists. Thousands of them, packed into terraced seating carved from the surrounding hillsides. Their voices merged into a physical roar that made the cockpit vibrate. This was the championship, the main event, the match that decided sovereignty and debt and whether humanity got to keep existing on Zylo 7 or got evicted with extreme prejudice and a bill for damages. The lights turned green. Vane pushed the throttle forward. Litigator took its first step. The ground shook. 12,000 psi transmitted through a footpad the size of a kitchen table. The mech lurched forward, servos whining, hydraulics hissing, the whole frame groaning like a ship under sail. Vane fought the controls, adjusting for the wobble, compensating for the delay, trying to make 20 tons of repurposed ship components walk like something that had knees. The mech emerged from the tunnel into the circle. The crowd noise doubled. Vane dimmed the external audio and focused on the viewport. The squared circle stretched before him, 200 meters of packed earth canvas surrounded by living vine ropes and root lattice support structures. The morning sun painted everything in shades of rust and amber. The gavel stood at the center of the circle. She wore something ceremonial, woven fiber decorated with patterns Vane didn't recognize. Around her waist, she wore the championship belt. The belt was massive. Gold plate over cured hide that pulsed with a faint heartbeat. It was a gravity anchor. Whoever wore it could stand in the circle without being crushed by the dimensional pressure of thousands of watching minds. The gavel raised her arms. The crowd went silent. "Championship final," she announced. Her voice carried without amplification. "Winner claims sovereignty. Loser pays full accumulated debt and forfeits all territorial claims." She paused. Earth Expedition Team, represented by Project LITIGATOR, versus Zylo 7 Planetary Defense System, locally designated World Eater. Vane scanned the circle. There was no opponent, no creature, no second team, just packed earth and vines. The gavel walked to the edge of the circle and raised the championship belt above her head. The crowd roared approval. She set the belt on a ceremonial pedestal carved from a single piece of rootwood. The prize, the anchor, the thing that made this all matter. She retreated to the sideline, raised her hand, dropped it. The match began. The ground moved. Not an earthquake, not a tremor, a deliberate shift. The packed earth of the circle rippled like water, like muscle, like something alive waking from sleep. Vane watched the viewport instruments spike. Seismic activity, localized, targeted. The ground directly beneath Litigator's left foot was subsiding. He shifted weight to the right leg. The subsidence stopped. The ground to his right began rising instead, a ridge of earth erupting upward, trying to unbalance the mech, trying to tip 20 tons onto its side where the ground could crack it open. Vane triggered the left leg compensators. Hydraulics screamed. The foot lifted, pivoted, came down hard 3 meters to the left. The impact registered 14,000 psi. The rising ridge collapsed under the pressure, dirt exploding outward. The crowd cheered. First blood. The ground attacked again from 3 directions simultaneously. Roots erupted from the canvas, thick as Vane's torso, moving with striking snake speed. They wrapped around Litigator's ankle, the knee joint, the hip actuator. The mech's movement locked up. Hydraulics strained against organic tensile strength. Pressure gauges redlined. Vane triggered the hip rotators. The mech's torso twisted 40 degrees counterclockwise. The roots held. He reversed. 40 degrees clockwise. The roots stretched but didn't break. He repeated the motion, building momentum, adding hydraulic pressure with each rotation. Warning lights blinked. The frame was experiencing stress beyond design parameters. He kept twisting. Left, right, left, right. The roots stretched further with each cycle. One more rotation, full torque, maximum pressure. The roots snapped. Litigator staggered. Vane fought the controls, prevented a fall, brought the mech back to stable footing. Around the ankle joints, severed root ends leaked clear fluid. The canvas beneath the mech's feet began to soften. Structural degradation. The World Eater was changing soil composition in real time, turning solid ground into something that couldn't support 20 tons. Litigator began to sink. Vane made the mech run. Litigator wasn't designed to run, but he pushed the throttle to maximum and the mech responded with lurching speed. Each footfall was brief, each impact distributed across minimal contact time. The ground liquefied behind him, but he stayed ahead of the degradation wave, circling the perimeter. The crowd was on its feet now, watching a tax assessor pilot a gold-plated filing cabinet in circles around a sentient arena floor. The ground stopped liquefying, changed tactics. A sinkhole opened directly in Litigator's path. Not gradual, instant collapse. A pit 4 meters deep, perfectly positioned where the mech's next step would land. Vane saw it too late. Litigator's foot descended into the pit. The ankle joint buckled. The mech pitched forward. He triggered the emergency thrusters. Compressed hydraulic actuators fired. The mech's torso jerked backward, arresting the fall, overcorrecting into a lien that threatened to topple it onto its back. Vane spun the torso 90 degrees, used the rotational momentum to shift center of gravity, brought the free leg forward and planted it hard. The mech stabilized, standing in a sinkhole with one leg buried to the knee. The pit walls began to close, soil flowing like wet concrete, pressing against the buried leg, trying to immobilize the joint. Vane positioned the right arm and drove the fingers into the pit wall like a shovel. The mech started digging itself out, slow, undignified. The hydraulic fingers scooped dirt in quarter-ton loads and hurled it aside. The leg came free. Litigator hauled itself out, servos screaming, leaving a trail of hydraulic fluid. Vane assessed damage. Left leg seal compromised. Estimated operational time, 12 minutes before failure. The ground formed a shape. Rising from the canvas, soil and roots compacting into a humanoid figure 3 meters tall. The World Eater was giving the crowd a visible opponent. The soil figure raised its arms in challenge. Vane triggered the external loudspeakers. "Motion to dismiss," he announced. His voice boomed across the circle. "Grounds, improper formation of opposition. The defendant has failed to file appropriate paperwork establishing legal standing." The soil figure lunged. Vane met the charge with Litigator's shoulder. 20 tons of gold-plated bureaucracy colliding with 3 tons of compressed soil. The soil figure shattered on impact, exploding into debris. The crowd erupted. The ground beneath Litigator's feet cracked. The root lattice was breaking itself to break him. Vane felt the mech list as the canvas gave way, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. He triggered the thrusters, trying to jump clear. Litigator's legs extended. The mech left the ground. For 1.3 seconds, 20 tons achieved flight. Then gravity reasserted itself. Litigator came down hard, impacting 15 meters from the original position. The ground where it had stood collapsed entirely. A 5-meter sinkhole. The hydraulic leak was now a stream, 6 minutes remaining. On the UN Indemnity, 3 kilometers above the circle, Admiral Karras watched the match feed on the command deck's main screen. His hands gripped the armrests of his command chair hard enough to hurt. The mech was losing. Slowly, inevitably. The World Eater was dismantling Litigator through attrition. In 6 minutes, maybe less, the hydraulics would fail and Vane would be standing in a 20-ton paperweight. And then the Empire would lose. Lose the planet. Lose the sovereignty claim. Lose 50 million credits plus accumulated interest. Lose the narrative that humanity could reclaim its lost colonies through superior technology and proper procedure. Karras opened a channel to the Gavel's official frequency. Protocol required he identify himself before addressing a planetary authority. He didn't care about protocol anymore. "This match is suspended," he said. His voice was steady, command voice, the voice that ended arguments. "I'm invoking Imperial emergency powers. The combatant is an Imperial officer operating under my direct orders. I'm ordering him to withdraw." The Gavel's response came through tinny and distorted by atmospheric interference. "The ring recognizes no authority beyond its own, Admiral. Your officer accepted the challenge. He fights until submission or incapacitation. I'm his commanding officer. You're an observer. Sit down and watch." The channel went dead. Karras stared at the screen, watched Litigator stagger under another root grapple attack, watched Vane struggle with the controls, watched the hydraulic pressure gauge drop another 50 psi. He opened the ship-wide intercom. "All hands, combat alert. Prepare to fire on the planetary surface. Target coordinates, squared circle central arena. Authorization, Karras Delta 7. His tactical officer turned in her seat. "Sir, that's a civilian population center. Thousands of non-combatants are watching my officer get killed by a hole in the ground. If that match doesn't stop in the next 3 minutes, we're ending it." Karras leaned forward. "Charge the main batteries." In the circle, Vane was losing count of how many times the World Eater had tried to kill him. The soil figure reformed and attacked in waves. Each time he destroyed it, it came back faster. Learning, adapting. The hydraulic pressure was at critical. 4 minutes, maybe less. He needed to end this. Needed to force a submission before the mech failed. He triggered the loudspeakers again. "I hereby invoke the filibuster protocol," he announced. "This match will continue until I stop talking or until the defendant yields. I will begin with a detailed recitation of the complete Zylo's Agricultural Equipment Standards Manual, starting with the preamble." The soil figure stopped mid-charge. Section 1. Definitions. For the purposes of this manual, the term agricultural equipment shall be construed broadly to include, but not be limited to, hand tools, powered implements, mobile machinery. The ground shook. Not tactically, angrily. Vane kept reading. His voice boomed across the circle through the loudspeakers. The crowd went silent, listening to a man in a dying mech reading a technical manual during a championship fight. Stationary processing equipment and any device whose primary function relates to the cultivation, harvest, or management of biological matter for productive purposes. The World Eater wasn't attacking anymore. The ground had gone still, listening or suffering. Hard to tell with sentient geology. Vane read for 90 seconds, a third of his remaining hydraulic time. The manual was 47 sections long. He could stretch this for hours if the mech held together. It wouldn't hold together. The left leg seal ruptured completely. Hydraulic fluid sprayed across the canvas in a pressurized arc. The leg locked up, servos frozen. Litigator was immobile. 2 minutes of pressure remaining in the upper body systems. Vane stopped reading. "Objection," he said quietly into the loudspeakers. "The defendant has failed to yield during proper filibuster procedure. Per section 13.9, I'm authorized to escalate to heavy industrial impact application." He looked up through the cockpit viewport. The sky was clear. Red sun burning overhead. No clouds. No atmospheric interference. Perfect conditions for a rocket-assisted orbital drop. He triggered the thruster override. The system protested. The thrusters were designed for short-burst stabilization, not sustained burn. He disabled the safety limiters and routed all remaining hydraulic pressure to the thruster assembly. Litigator's back-mounted thrusters ignited. The mech didn't lift smoothly. It lurched upward like a drunk trying to stand, trailing fire and hydraulic smoke. The thrust was uneven, the ascent wobbling, but the mech was climbing. 10 meters, 20, 50. The crowd was screaming. Vane fought the controls as the mech climbed higher. 100 meters, 200. The circle below became a brown disk surrounded by green hillsides. 300 meters. The thrusters were overheating. Warning lights covered the console like Christmas decorations. 400 meters. The thrusters cut out. Litigator hung in the air for exactly half a second. Then gravity took over. Vane triggered the rotation stabilizers. The mech began to spin. Not random tumbling. Controlled rotation. Building angular momentum. The glute's hydraulic compressors were still functional, still holding pressure. He'd need every PSI they had for what came next. The ground rushed up to meet him. 200 meters. He aligned the spin, aimed the mech's posterior directly at the center of the circle, at the spot where the World Eater's root lattice was densest, where the planetary defense system's neural nexus connected to the surface. 100 meters. The crowd scattered, people running from the impact zone. The gavel stood her ground at the edge of the circle, watching 20 tons of gold-plated legal precedent fall from the sky in a spinning pile-driver configuration. 50 meters. Vane triggered the glute compressors. All 4,500 psi fired simultaneously. The mech's posterior hydraulics contracted with enough force to crack bedrock, adding rotational acceleration to gravitational velocity. The filibuster finisher, a rocket-assisted spinning pile driver delivered via orbital drop with the full weight of imperial bureaucracy behind it. Litigator hit the circle center at terminal velocity. The impact was seismic, literally. The shockwave radiated outward in a visible ring, flattening grass, shaking the hillside terraces, knocking observers off their feet. The sound wasn't a crash. It was thunder. Continuous. Overwhelming. The kind of noise that restructured your understanding of what loud meant. The mech's posterior drove into the ground like a geological stake. The canvas shattered. The root lattice beneath compressed, fractured, transmitted the impact deep into the planetary substrate. Vane felt it through the pilot cradle, felt the world shudder, felt something break that wasn't metal. The ground went still. Not tactically still, genuinely still. The World Eater had stopped moving entirely. The vines around the circle perimeter went slack. The root lattice stopped pulsing. Even the soil seemed to exhale. Vane hung upside down in the pilot cradle, straps cutting into his shoulders. Litigator was buried posterior first in the canvas, legs pointing at the sky, completely immobile. Every hydraulic system had failed. Every pressure gauge read 0. The mech was dead, but the ground was deader. The gavel approached the crash site. She walked slowly, testing each step, making sure the earth would support her weight. She reached the mech and placed her hand on the exposed foot assembly. She felt the vibration through the metal. The ground was transmitting something, not an attack, a signal. Seismic Morse code, 3 slow pulses, the universal signal, tap out. The gavel raised her arms. Winner by submission, Earth Expedition Team, championship retained. The crowd erupted, not polite applause, roaring approval, the kind of noise that shook hillsides and probably registered on geological surveys. On the Indemnity, Admiral Karras sat very still in his command chair. His tactical officer was staring at him, waiting for the firing order. The main batteries were charged. The targeting solution was locked. One word and the circle would become a crater. Karras looked at the match feed. looked at Litigator buried upside down in the ground, looked at the gavel holding the championship belt above her head. He opened the intercom. "Stand down. Cease combat alert." He closed the channel and sat back. His hands were shaking. They'd won. His tax assessor had won a planetary sovereignty claim by dropping a mech from orbit in a spinning pile-driver configuration while reciting agricultural equipment regulations over loudspeakers. The Empire was going to have questions. So many questions. Questions Karras didn't have answers for. He pulled up his personal log and started typing. Recommend immediate policy review regarding colonial integration protocols. Current procedures insufficient for populations with non-standard legal frameworks. Suggest alternative approach emphasizing cultural adaptation over regulatory enforcement. He paused, deleted the whole paragraph, tried again. They won with a wrench and a very large hammer. Recommend we learn from this. Still too honest. He deleted it. Eventually he just wrote, "Mission successful, sovereignty secured, debt settled. Returning to Earth pending further orders." That was a lie. The debt wasn't settled, but it was Empire property now, not his problem. In the circle, emergency crews were working to extract Vane from the buried mech. It took 40 minutes and 3 industrial cranes. When they finally pulled him from the cockpit, he was bruised, disoriented, and possibly concussed. The gavel was waiting. She held out the championship belt. "You won." Vane looked at the belt. The gold plate was tarnished. The cured hide was scarred. The thing pulsed with that slow heartbeat rhythm. "I can't wear that. I'm not a champion. I'm a tax assessor who fell out of the sky." You invoked the filibuster protocol. You delivered a finisher from orbital altitude. You made the World Eater tap out. The gavel pushed the belt into his hands. "You're a champion whether you like it or not." Vane held the belt. It was heavier than it looked. The heartbeat pulsed against his palms. "What happens now?" "Now you go home. Your debt is cleared. Your sovereignty is recognized. Zylo 7 remains independent but acknowledges Earth's right to maintain a civilian presence." She smiled. It looked tired. "Congratulations. You survived the harvest." Reeves and Torres emerged from the crowd. Both were grinning like idiots. Reeves looked at the buried mech. "You broke it." "I broke it comprehensively," Vane agreed. "Gonna cost a fortune to fix." "Send the bill to Admiral Karras." Vane handed the championship belt to Torres. "Hold this. It's heavy." She took it, felt the pulse. "This thing's alive." Was alive. Past tense. Now it's a very expensive paperweight. Vane looked around the circle. The crowd was dispersing. The emergency crews were already working to fill in the crater. The World Eater was dormant but not dead. It would wake up eventually, start attacking again. That was fine. That was expected. That was Zylo 7. Corporal Chen approached. The Marine looked different, cleaner somehow, like 3 weeks of watching mechanics beat plants with wrenches had washed something off him. "Sir, permission to speak freely." "Granted. I was wrong about the manual, about the tools, about all of it." Chen paused. "You won a war with a spinning pile driver and a tax code. That's the most absurd thing I've ever seen." "It's the most absurd thing I've ever done," Vane corrected. "But it worked." "Yes, sir, it worked." Chen saluted, not the crisp military salute from 3 weeks ago. Something looser, more genuine. "Thank you for teaching us." Vane returned the salute. "Thank you for learning." 3 days later, the Uni Indemnity broke orbit. The crew was quiet, exhausted. The ship smelled like recycled air and disappointment and the faint chemical tang of recently scrubbed hydraulic coolant. Vane stood in his quarters and looked at the championship belt mounted on the wall. The gavel had insisted he keep it, said it would remind him that bureaucracy could be a weapon if you swung it hard enough. He pulled up his final report. The debt reconciliation, 50,854,200 credits, minus the 12,000 from the Undercard victory, minus the championship purse of 200,000. Final balance, 50,642,200 credits. Paid in full via tournament victory and mutual recognition of sovereign rights. The Empire would hate it. The accountants would hate it worse. But it was legal. Technically correct. Filed in triplicate with all appropriate signatures and witnessed by the gavel herself acting in her capacity as planetary magistrate. Vane closed the file and looked out the viewport. Zylo 7 was shrinking behind them, a brown dot against the red sun. Somewhere down there, mechanics were repairing Litigator. Farmers were tending their carnivorous crops. The World Eater was sleeping off the worst pile driver in geological history. And the manual, all 47 sections, was being taught in schools as a case study in creative compliance and aggressive soil management. Humanity had won. Not with guns, not with superior technology, with wrenches and manuals and the willingness to drop a mech from orbit while reciting agricultural regulations. Vane smiled. It was the most human victory possible. Somewhere in the ship, Admiral Karras was writing his own report, trying to explain to Fleet Command how a backwater colony had defeated Imperial authority using wrestling moves and malicious compliance. Vane didn't envy him that conversation. He did, however, look forward to reading the official response. The indemnity jumped to FTL, leaving Zylo 7 behind. The harvest was over. Humanity had survived. Again. Chapter 14. The Plea Deal. The crater was still warm 3 days after the championship. Tax Assessor Vane stood at the edge, looking down at the impact site where Project LITIGATOR remained buried, posterior first in compacted soil. Emergency crews had given up on extraction. The mech wasn't coming out. The World Eater had grown roots through the hydraulic housing, claiming the machine as permanent infrastructure. The crater was now classified as a geological landmark. Tourists were already visiting. Vane wore the championship belt, not around his waist. The thing was too heavy for sustained wear without the gravity anchor effect active. He carried it slung over one shoulder like a very expensive satchel. The gold plate caught the morning sun. The cured hide pulsed with that slow heartbeat rhythm. People gave him space when they saw it. The belt commanded respect, or fear. Hard to tell the difference on Zylo 7. Chief Mechanic Reeves approached from the staging tunnel. The old man looked exhausted. He'd spent 3 days trying to salvage components from the buried mech before accepting defeat. She's gone. The frame's compromised. The hydraulics are fertilizer. Even if we dug her out, she wouldn't walk. Send Admiral Karras the repair estimate anyway, Vane said. For the records. Already did. 40 million credits minimum. Probably more once we factor in the environmental integration. Reeves gestured at the crater. The World Eater thinks your mech is a seed. It's trying to grow it. Vane looked at the vines creeping across Litigator's exposed foot assembly. The organic matter was incorporating the metal, creating a hybrid structure that was part machine, part plant. Let it grow. Call it art. Call it a write-off. Reeves pulled out a data pad. The gavel wants to see you. Says it's about the debt reconciliation. She's waiting in the magistrate's office. The magistrate's office was carved from a single massive root ball, hollowed out and furnished with furniture grown rather than built. The gavel sat behind a desk that was still technically alive, its surface pulsing with slow cellular respiration. She'd changed out of her ceremonial robes, back to practical coveralls. The championship belt sat on a stand behind her desk, glowing faintly in the dim light. She gestured at a chair. Vane sat. The chair adjusted to his weight, shifting its cellular structure for optimal support. It felt like sitting on a very firm pillow that was breathing. Congratulations on the victory, the gavel said. Again, officially, for the records. Thank you. For the third time. Vane had been congratulated approximately 400 times in the past 3 days. The novelty had worn off around congratulation number 12. The gavel pulled up a holographic display, not high-tech Imperial holograms. Bioluminescent projection via symbiotic fungi. The numbers glowed amber in the air between them. Let's discuss your debt. Vane had been dreading this conversation. 50,654,200 credits, as reconciled per tournament victory and mutual sovereign recognition. Correct. Paid in full as of the championship tap-out. The gavel waved her hand. The number changed. However, that's your debt to the Council. You still owe Zylo 7 for services rendered. Vane blinked. What services? legal representation, use of the squared circle, damage to municipal infrastructure, ecological disruption fees, storage costs for one buried mech currently being repurposed as a geological monument. The gavel smiled. It was not a friendly smile. Tournament victories settle sovereignty disputes. They don't cover the municipal budget. The number in the hologram was significant. 12 million credits, itemized across 47 categories, each with supporting documentation and precedent citations. Vane stared at the breakdown. Ecological disruption fees were the largest line item at 4 million, apparently causing a planetary defense system to tap out, counted as environmental damage. I don't have 12 million credits. We know. That's why we're offering alternative payment. The gavel pulled up a second document. The Empire wants Zylo 7 to join the United Earth Economic Sphere. Trade agreements, technology sharing, cultural exchange. She paused. We're willing to do that, for a price. What price? Full debt forgiveness. Immediate. No strings. The gavel leaned forward. In exchange, we export our surplus agricultural production to the core worlds. Help feed the Empire's urban populations. Contribute to the greater good. Vane had read enough Zylo's contracts to know when he was being trapped. Define agricultural production. Crops, livestock, processing equipment, standard goods. The gavel's smile widened. All certified under the Agricultural Equipment Standards Manual. Completely legal. Ring approved. How much production? 500 years worth. We've been storing up. The gavel waved her hand again. A new manifest appeared. Should fill approximately 40 Imperial transport vessels. We'll provide the loading assistance. Vane scrolled through the manifest. His hands started shaking around item number 6. By item 15 he was sweating. Item 32 made him close his eyes and count to 10. The crops included scream corn, iron root, and something called spite wheat that apparently germinated in response to hostile intent. The livestock included guard vines, Shear-class drones, and a breeding population of what the manifest cheerfully labeled self-propelled protein units, with a footnote explaining they were carnivorous chickens the size of wolves. The processing equipment was an entire warehouse of sentient agricultural machinery that the manifest promised was mostly domesticated and rarely aggressive toward certified handlers. This is an invasion force, Vane said quietly. This is agricultural surplus, the gavel corrected. Certified, legal. You wanted trade? We're trading. You wanted cultural exchange? We're exchanging. You wanted integration into the imperial economy? She gestured at the manifest. Congratulations, you're integrated. Admiral Karras will never accept this. Admiral Karras doesn't have a choice. The gavel pulled up a third document. The treaty, the one Karras had signed after the championship. The one that committed Earth to accepting all lawful trade goods from Zylo 7 as part of mutual economic cooperation. Vane had read that treaty. He'd helped draft it. He'd thought lawful trade goods meant crops and raw materials. He hadn't considered that everything on Zylo 7 qualified as agricultural equipment under the manual. If we refuse delivery, Vane said slowly, we're in breach of the treaty. And you lose the sovereign recognition. And the debt comes back, with interest. The gavel nodded. Compounding interest. We're very strict about contract enforcement. Vane looked at the manifest again. 40 transport ships full of biological weapons disguised as farming equipment. 500 years of accumulated dangerous exports. An entire civilization's worth of aggressive flora, carnivorous fauna, and tools that ate their operators if you forgot to feed them. Why? He asked. Because you won. The gavel said simply, you beat the World Eater. You proved humanity belongs here. So now you get to share in the harvest. She stood. Besides, your core worlds are soft, sterile, safe. You've forgotten what it means to work with nature instead of against it. We're helping you remember. By sending you monsters. By sending you teachers. The gavel walked to the window. Outside, the crater was visible. Litigator's feet still pointing at the sky. Every piece of equipment on that manifest comes with a handler. Someone who knows how to feed it, train it, maintain it. We're not just exporting goods, we're exporting people. Vane understood now. This wasn't payment. This was colonization. Zylo 7 was seeding the Empire with its own culture. Aggressive, practical, dangerous. Within a generation, Earth's urban farms would be run by Zylo's techniques. Earth's police forces would be trained in kinetic litigation. Earth's legal system would be infected with malicious compliance. The harvest was spreading. "When does loading begin?" Vane asked. "Tomorrow. Your admiral wanted to leave immediately." The gavel returned to her desk. "We convinced him to stay for the farewell ceremony and the mandatory agricultural safety briefing. 3 days minimum. 3 days of watching Zylo's handlers explain how to feed carnivorous chickens and why you shouldn't anger the tractors. 3 days of Karras's face turning increasingly red as he realized what he'd signed. Vane almost felt sorry for him. Almost. The loading docks were chaos. Vane had expected chaos. He hadn't expected it to be so loud. The scream corn was screaming. The guard vines were hissing. The self-propelled protein units were making a noise that fell somewhere between clucking and war cries. And that was just Bay 3. Bay 7 had the processing equipment, and apparently the combine harvesters didn't like being confined to cargo containers. Admiral Karras stood on the observation deck, watching loading crews in heavy protective gear wrangle a Shear-class drone into a reinforced livestock container. The drone was not cooperating. It had already pruned 2 crew members' haircuts and shredded someone's uniform collar. "This is insane," Karras said. His voice was flat, defeated. 3 days of agricultural safety briefings had broken something in him. "This is legal," Vane corrected. He stood next to the admiral, watching the chaos. "Every item on the manifest is certified agricultural equipment. The treaty requires us to accept lawful trade goods." That thing just bit through a steel loading gate. "It's testing the structural integrity. Very thorough equipment." Vane consulted his datapad. The loading manifest was 47 pages long. They were on page 4. "We have 36 transport ships to fill. This will take a while." Karras turned to look at him. "You knew, when you drafted that treaty, you knew what agricultural equipment meant on this planet." "I suspected." Vane had absolutely known. He'd spent 3 weeks reading the manual. He'd seen the footnotes. The definitions were very broad, deliberately broad. But the treaty was necessary for sovereign recognition. "You said so yourself." "I said a lot of things I regret." Karras looked back at the loading bay. A guard vine had escaped its container and was currently wrapped around a support beam, refusing to move. The handlers weren't fighting it. They were negotiating, offering fertilizer, promising better accommodations on the ship. The vine was considering the offer. "The crew is terrified," Karras continued. "Half of them want to mutiny. The other half want to study the equipment and bring it home as samples." He paused. Chief Engineer Williams asked if we could keep one of the combine harvesters. Said it would revolutionize agricultural efficiency. It would also revolutionize agricultural casualties. Vane had read the combine harvester safety manual. The warning labels alone were 15 pages. "But yes, it's very efficient." A Zylo's handler approached the observation deck. She wore coveralls covered in soil stains and carried a clipboard. Behind her, 3 massive figures followed. Humans, Zylo's colonists, built like wrestlers, moving with the casual confidence of people who arm-wrestled farm equipment for fun. "Ambassador Vane," the handler said. She'd started calling him ambassador after the championship. Vane hadn't corrected her. "We need to discuss the livestock manifest, specifically the breeding population protocols." "What about them?" "The self-propelled protein units are refusing to board unless we send their preferred handlers with them." She gestured at the 3 massive colonists. "These gentlemen have volunteered for the cultural exchange program. They'll be managing the protein units during transport and helping establish breeding facilities on Earth." Vane looked at the 3 men. They looked back. One of them grinned. It was not a reassuring grin. "You're coming to Earth? Someone's got to teach your people how to farm properly," the grinning one said. His accent was thick, pure Zylo's, generations removed from imperial standard. "Your urban agricultural centers are sterile, no challenge, no character. We're going to fix that." "How many handlers are coming?" Karras asked. His voice had gone very quiet. The handler consulted her clipboard. "Current volunteer count, 412. farmers, mechanics, livestock specialists, and competitive soil management experts. She paused. Also 6 referees in case your people want to learn kinetic litigation techniques. 412 colonists. 412 people who thought wrestling carnivorous chickens was normal. 412 experts in aggressive agriculture and malicious compliance, being exported to the core worlds like very dangerous seeds. Karras closed his eyes. This is an invasion. This is a cultural exchange, the handler corrected. Sanctioned by treaty. Your empire wanted integration. We're integrating. She smiled. Aggressively. The loading continued for 6 days. The original 3-day estimate had been optimistic. The self-propelled protein units kept escaping. The spite wheat germinated prematurely when a stressed crew member shouted at it. One of the combine harvesters achieved sentience during transport and had to be negotiated with directly. By day 4, Admiral Karras had stopped leaving his quarters. His reports to Fleet Command were getting increasingly unhinged. Vane had read the latest one. It was mostly capital letters, and the phrase, "Why won't it stop growing?" repeated 17 times. Chief Mechanic Reeves found the whole thing hilarious. He'd made friends with the Zylo's handlers, learned new percussive maintenance techniques, traded wrench customization tips. Torres had been adopted by a guard vine and was now inseparable from it. She'd named it Betsy DeSoon. Corporal Chen had requested a transfer to the Cultural Exchange Program. Wanted to stay on Zylo 7 and learn kinetic litigation. Karras had denied the request. Chen had filed an appeal citing the manual's provisions for voluntary agricultural labor reassignment. The appeal was pending. On the 7th day, the loading was complete. 40 transport ships sat in orbit, cargo holds full of aggressive biology and very sharp farming equipment. The Zylo's handlers were aboard. The protein units were secured. The spite wheat was dormant. The combine harvesters had been promised better working conditions and union representation. The gavel presided over the departure ceremony. She stood in the squared circle, now repaired, the crater filled in and reseeded. Litigator's burial site was marked with a small monument, a brass plaque that read, "Here lies Project Litigator, died doing what it loved, falling from the sky. On behalf of Zylo 7, the gavel announced, we thank Earth for their participation in the harvest tournament. We wish them safe travels and productive growing seasons." She paused. "May your soil be fertile and your equipment only moderately aggressive." The crowd of colonists cheered. The 412 volunteers waved. Somewhere in the transport fleet, a self-propelled protein unit shrieked its war cry. Vane stood with the Earth delegation. He still wore the championship belt. It had become part of his uniform. People expected it now. The belt and the man were inseparable. "This is your fault," Karras said quietly. He was staring at the transport ships. "You made this happen." "I followed the rules," Vane replied. "I read the manual. I won the championship. I negotiated the treaty." He paused. "You signed it because you told me it was the only option. It was the only option. Is the only option." Vane looked at the Admiral. Karras had aged 10 years in 3 weeks. The man's uniform was rumpled. His eyes were hollow. "We couldn't conquer them. We could barely survive them. So we joined them. And now they're joining us. That's what integration means. This isn't integration. This is contamination." "Same thing, different perspective." Vane turned to face the squared circle. The gavel was still speaking, thanking various volunteers, wishing them luck with the export program. In 5 years, half of Earth's agricultural output will use Zylo's techniques. In 10 years, disputes will be settled in the ring instead of in court. In 20 years, no one will remember there was ever a difference between Earth culture and Zylo's culture. And you think that's a good thing? Vane considered the question. Thought about the past 3 weeks. Thought about the Undercard match where mechanics had beaten vines with wrenches. Thought about the championship where he'd dropped a mech from orbit while reciting agricultural regulations. Thought about the look on Chen's face when he'd learned that tools mattered more than guns. "I think it's an inevitable thing," Vane said finally. "We came here to reclaim a lost colony. Instead, the colony reclaimed us. That's not failure. That's adaptation. That's survival. That's the end of everything the Empire stands for." The Empire stands for expansion and assimilation. We expanded. They assimilated. We just got the order backwards. Vane adjusted the championship belt. Besides, you wanted them to pay their taxes. They paid, in full, with interest. Karras looked at the transport ships again, looked at the cargo manifests, looked at the 412 volunteers who were going to export 500 years of accumulated dangerous agriculture to the core worlds. "I'm going to be court-martialed for this," he said. Probably. Vane didn't disagree. Fleet Command was going to have questions, very loud questions, followed by a very long inquiry into how a backwater colony had turned a debt settlement into a cultural invasion. "But you'll be court-martialed for successfully integrating a lost colony into the imperial economy. That's technically a win. That's technically insane. Welcome to Zylo 7, where technically correct is the best kind of correct." Vane started walking toward the transport shuttle. "Come on. We have 6 days of FTL travel to prepare the cultural integration documentation, and to write warnings for the agricultural processing facilities on Earth." "What kind of warnings?" "The kind that explain why you shouldn't starve the combine harvesters or insult the spite wheat." Vane paused. "Also warnings about the protein units. Apparently they hold grudges." Karras followed. What else could he do? The treaty was signed. The cargo was loaded. The volunteers were committed. The harvest was spreading whether the Empire wanted it or not. Behind them, the Gavel watched the Earth delegation board their shuttle. She was smiling. A genuine smile. Not the predatory grin from the negotiation. Something warmer. Prouder. "They did well," she said to no one in particular. The World Eater rumbled its agreement. Deep underground, the planetary defense system was content. The threat had been neutralized. Not through violence, through integration. The humans had learned the rules, followed the rules, become part of the ecosystem, and now they were spreading those rules to their own worlds. The harvest was complete. The seeds were planted. The Uni Indemnity broke orbit 8 hours later. 40 transport ships followed in formation. The convoy jumped to FTL, leaving Zylo 7 behind. In his quarters, Vane opened his final report. The debt reconciliation, the treaty documentation, the cultural exchange manifests. Everything properly filed. Everything technically correct. He included one personal note at the end. "Recommend all future colonial integration efforts study the Zylo 7 model. Traditional military occupation is expensive and generates resentment. Agricultural integration is cheaper, more effective, and significantly harder to resist. Once a population accepts your crops, they accept your culture. Once they accept your culture, they become your culture. Conquest through contamination, imperialism through agriculture. The Empire should consider adopting these techniques for future expansion." He paused, deleted the paragraph. Too honest, too revealing. Instead he wrote, "Mission successful, lost colony recovered, cultural exchange initiated. Recommend continued diplomatic relations and expanded agricultural trade agreements." Boring, safe, technically accurate. He filed the report and looked out the viewport. The transport ships were spread across the formation like seeds on the wind, each one carrying a piece of Zylo 7 to the core worlds. Each one a vector for cultural contamination. The Empire had come to harvest a lost colony. Instead, the colony had harvested them. Vane smiled. It was the most human outcome possible. They'd survived, they'd adapted, they'd won, and they were bringing the victory home. Chapter 15, Invasive Species. The restaurant was called Elysium. 5 stars, Michelin certified. Reservations booked 6 months in advance. The kind of establishment where the waitstaff wore gloves and the menu didn't list prices because if you had to ask, you couldn't afford it. The kind of place that prided itself on sourcing only the finest organic produce from the most exclusive agricultural cooperatives. The salad course arrived at table 7 with the usual ceremony. Microgreens, heirloom tomatoes, edible flowers, a light vinaigrette that cost more per ounce than most people's monthly transit passes. The presentation was immaculate. The colors were vibrant. The greens were fresh. Too fresh. The customer, a corporate executive celebrating a promotion, picked up her fork and reached for the microgreens. The microgreens reached back. The scream was brief. The confusion was extensive. The medical response was immediate. The injury was minor. A small puncture wound on the index finger where the spitewheat sprout had registered her hostile intent toward its neighboring vegetation and responded with a defensive spine projection. Completely natural behavior, perfectly predictable to anyone who'd read the Agricultural Equipment Standards Manual. The executive hadn't read the manual. Most people on Earth hadn't. Yet. The restaurant manager arrived with profuse apologies and a complimentary bottle of wine. Also a liability waiver acknowledging that all produce sourced from Zylo certified agricultural cooperatives was considered active and should be approached with appropriate caution as outlined in the mandatory safety briefing provided with every reservation confirmation. The executive hadn't attended the safety briefing either. The manager handed her a data pad with the manual's relevant sections highlighted. Section 8. Reactive Vegetation and Appropriate Handling Protocols. The executive scrolled through 12 pages of warnings about crops that responded to emotional states, vibrations, and perceived threats. "This is insane," she said, cradling her bandaged finger. "Food shouldn't fight back." "Food on Earth didn't fight back," the manager corrected. "Zylo's agricultural products are more interactive, but they're also 40% more nutrient-dense and triple the shelf life of conventional produce. The safety protocols are a small price to pay for superior quality." The executive looked at her salad. The microgreens had settled down. They looked innocent now, harmless. She knew better. "I want conventional produce." "We don't carry conventional produce anymore, ma'am. Market demand shifted 6 months ago. Zylo certified products dominate 60% of the core world's agricultural supply chain." The manager smiled. It was a tired smile. The smile of someone who'd had this conversation 40 times this week. "I can offer you the protein course instead. The self-propelled protein units are very docile once properly seared." The executive left without paying. The manager didn't pursue the matter. He was too busy dealing with table 12, where the iron root garnish had started growing through the plate and into the table surface. Again, third time this week, he'd need to call the handlers, the ones who knew how to negotiate with aggressive produce, the ones from Zylo's 6 months. That's how long it had taken for the harvest to take root. The Senate Committee on Agricultural Integration met in a converted auditorium that had once hosted opera performances. Now it hosted shouting matches about whether carnivorous chickens qualified as livestock or bioweapons. The current debate had been running for 40 minutes. Progress was minimal. Voices were loud. Tax Assessor Vane, officially Ambassador Vane now, sat at the witness table and watched senators argue about protein unit containment protocols. He wore a suit, standard diplomatic attire. The jacket was tailored, the shirt was pressed, the tie was absent. In its place, worn like a statement, was the championship belt. The belt drew stares. It always did. The gold plate caught the chamber lights. The cured hide pulsed with that slow heartbeat rhythm. People didn't know whether to respect it or fear it. Vane had stopped caring which. The belt was authority. The belt was legitimacy. The belt was proof he'd survived the harvest and won. Senator Williams, Agriculture Committee Chair, finally restored order by threatening to invoke the filibuster protocol. The chamber quieted. Williams turned to Vane. "Ambassador, your report indicated that crime rates have decreased 90% in districts that adopted Zylo's enforcement techniques. Explain how that's possible when those techniques involve wrestling." Vane consulted his datapad. The screen glowed with bioluminescent lichen. He'd stopped cleaning it off months ago. "Kinetic litigation, Senator. Not wrestling. The distinction is important. Wrestling is entertainment. Kinetic litigation is dispute resolution through physical demonstration of commitment to one's position. That's wrestling with a thesaurus. That's legally distinct conflict resolution that's reduced court backlogs by 75% and improved community satisfaction ratings by 30 points. Vane pulled up a chart. Traditional law enforcement relies on arrest, detention, and lengthy trial processes. Kinetic litigation resolves disputes on site. 2 parties, 1 circle, clear rules, immediate resolution, no appeals. And if someone gets hurt, they get hurt, but they also get closure. And they learn not to start disputes they can't finish. Vane paused. We've seen a 60% reduction in repeat offenses. People think twice before filing frivolous complaints when they know they might have to defend their position in the ring. Senator Chen, no relation to Corporal Chen, though she'd asked, leaned forward. You're advocating for trial by combat. I'm advocating for community-based conflict resolution that happens to involve supervised physical engagement within strict regulatory frameworks. Vane smiled. All completely legal under the Agricultural Equipment Standards Manual, which was incorporated into Earth law as part of the Zylo's trade agreements. We incorporated agricultural standards, not legal reform. The manual contains 47 sections. Section 19 covers dispute resolution for shared equipment usage. Section 31 covers competitive resource allocation. Section 44 covers community governance during harvest seasons. Vane had memorized the relevant passages. Once you accept the manual's agricultural standards, you accept its governance framework. They're integrated, deliberately. The senators looked at each other. Senator Williams pulled up the trade agreements on his own datapad, started scrolling. His face went pale around paragraph 6. We signed this? Admiral Karras signed it. I drafted it. You ratified it. Vane kept his voice pleasant, helpful. The Zylo's legal framework is comprehensive. Once adopted, it's very difficult to remove without violating the mutual recognition clauses, and violation triggers the penalty provisions. What penalties? Return of all biological exports, immediate withdrawal of Zylo's handlers, restoration of pre-integration agricultural standards. Vane let that sink in. Earth's food supply currently depends on Zylo's agricultural techniques. Removing them would cause immediate shortages, potentially famine, definitely economic collapse. Senator Williams closed his datapad. We're trapped. We're integrated, Vane corrected. Integration was the goal. You're experiencing the integration. Congratulations. The committee voted to accept the enforcement reforms. Unanimous. Not because they liked kinetic litigation. Because they didn't have a choice. The manual was law. The law was the manual. The distinction had stopped mattering around month 3. In the streets outside the Senate building, a tag-team enforcement patrol was resolving a parking dispute. 2 officers, 1 civilian complainant, standard procedure. The complainant had parked illegally. The enforcement team had issued a citation. The complainant had contested the citation. Now they were settling it in a temporary circle marked with spray paint on the pavement. The complainant lost. He paid the fine. The officers helped him up, brushed him off, and reminded him that parking regulations existed for public safety. The complainant nodded. He understood. He wouldn't park illegally again. A crowd had gathered to watch. Watching disputes was popular now. People brought lunch, made bets, offered commentary. The circle had become community entertainment. Free, accessible, educational. Crime was down because nobody wanted to get embarrassed in front of their neighbors. The system was working exactly as designed. Central Park had been renamed. Not officially. The city council had resisted. But everyone called it the survival zone now. The name fit. The park had changed. 6 months of Zylo's agricultural integration had transformed manicured lawns into what the handlers cheerfully called productive ecology. The grass was taller, thicker. It moved, not with wind, with intent. The grass was guard vine hybrids, engineered for urban landscaping and perimeter security. It didn't attack unprovoked, but it remembered faces. Repeat trespassers got wrapped. Gently. Usually. The park's crime rate was 0. Nobody wanted to wrestle the grass. The trees were different too. Iron rootstock. Their root systems had integrated with the city's underground infrastructure. Water mains, power conduits, subway tunnels. The roots weren't damaging anything. They were reinforcing it, making it stronger, making it grow. The city engineers had tried to remove them. The roots had grown back overnight. Eventually, the engineers gave up. Started working with the roots instead of against them. Built maintenance protocols around the reality that the infrastructure was alive now. The walking paths were lined with scream corn, not for decoration, for communication. The corn screamed when it detected unauthorized activity. Loud, directional, better than any alarm system. The park rangers had learned to interpret the different screams. That pitch meant vandalism. That frequency meant lost children. That volume meant someone was trying to harvest the corn. Nobody tried to harvest the corn twice. In the center of the park, where there had once been a fountain, there was now a circle. Not temporary spray paint, permanent construction, stone and vine rope. Community built. Community maintained. Disputes were settled here every Saturday. The crowds were large. The judgments were fair. The system worked. A jogger passed by, navigating the path carefully, staying on the designated trail, not because signs told her to, because she'd learned. The grass remembered. The trees remembered. The corn remembered. Nature remembered. And nature on Earth had learned from Zylo 7. It held grudges. The agricultural processing facility. 7 had been a conventional vertical farm 6 months ago. Hydroponics, LED lighting, precise climate control, sterile, efficient, boring. Now it was something else. The Zylo's handlers had arrived in month 2. Brought their techniques, brought their equipment, brought their livestock. The self-propelled protein units lived on the 3rd floor, 200 birds. Each one the size of a large dog. Each one capable of flight despite physics suggesting otherwise. Each one possessing what the handlers called personality, and what the facility workers called vendetta-capable intelligence. The units were productive, extremely productive. Egg production was up 300%. Meat yield was up 400%. Maintenance costs were down because the units ate pests, vermin, and anyone stupid enough to enter their enclosure without proper clearance. The facility had learned that lesson early, lost one intern, recovered most of him. He'd signed the waiver. His family had accepted the settlement. The units had gained a reputation. Nobody bothered the protein units. The 4th floor was processing, combine harvesters, the sentient ones. They'd unionized in month 4, demanded better working conditions, regular maintenance schedules, and Tuesdays off. Management had tried to refuse. The harvesters had gone on strike, stopped processing entirely. Let crops rot in the intake hoppers until management negotiated. The harvesters won. They always won. They were unionized, sentient, and equipped with industrial-grade cutting blades. Management learned to negotiate. The facility manager was a man named Rodriguez. He'd been running vertical farms for 15 years. He'd thought he understood agriculture. He'd been wrong. He stood in his office now, looking at production metrics that would have been impossible 6 months ago. Impossible with conventional techniques, routine with Zylo's methods. We're producing more food with half the inputs, he said to his assistant. Energy costs are down, water usage is down. Labor costs are stable despite the union. How is this possible? The equipment is alive, his assistant replied. She was one of the Zylo's handlers, had been since month 1. Her accent was thick. Her methods were effective. Alive equipment doesn't need constant power. It eats. It rests. It maintains itself. You just have to treat it properly. And if we don't treat it properly, then it eats you. She smiled. It was not a comforting smile. That's why we have the safety briefings. That's why you read the manual. That's why you respect the equipment, because the equipment respects you back, or doesn't, depending on how you treat it. Rodriguez looked at the metrics again, looked at the production forecasts, looked at the profit margins that had tripled despite the union negotiations. This is sustainable? More sustainable than your old methods. Your old methods fought nature. These methods work with nature. Nature is very powerful when you stop trying to control it and start trying to cooperate with it. She gestured at the window. Outside, the city sprawled, millions of people, all of them eating food produced by living equipment and carnivorous chickens. This is the future. You're just living in it early. Rodriguez nodded. He didn't like it, but he accepted it. What choice did he have? The food supply depended on it. The economy depended on it. His job depended on it. The harvest had won. Ambassador Vane stood in his office. Not an embassy. Embassies were for foreign powers. Zylo 7 wasn't foreign anymore. It was integrated. His office was in the Agriculture Department building, 3rd floor, corner office, windows overlooking the survival zone. The championship belt hung on a stand behind his desk. He didn't wear it constantly anymore, didn't need to. Everyone knew what it meant. Everyone knew what he'd done. The belt was proof. The belt was authority. The belt was the reason senators didn't interrupt him during testimony. His assistant knocked, entered. She was human, Earth native, but she'd attended the handler training courses, passed the certification exams. She could negotiate with guard vines and troubleshoot angry combine harvesters. She was more qualified than most of the Agriculture Department's senior staff. Ambassador, your 1400 briefing was moved to 1500. Senator Williams wants additional time to review the expansion proposals. Which proposals? All of them. The livestock integration, the kinetic litigation formalization, the Park Service restructuring. She paused. He's struggling with the terminology. He's struggling with the implications. Vane had seen this before. Earth officials trying to process how completely their world had changed, trying to find the moment they could have stopped it, realizing there never was one. The integration had been inevitable from the moment Karras signed the treaty. Send him the manual sections again, highlighted, with footnotes. Already done. He called them deliberately obtuse. They're precisely written. Precision looks like obstruction when you're not used to reading carefully. Vane turned to look out the window. The survival zone was busy. People walking, children playing, the grass watching. Anything else? Admiral Karras sent a message. Personal channel. Vane hadn't heard from Karras in 5 months. Not since the court-martial proceedings had started. What did he say? You were right, this was inevitable. I'm sorry I fought it. She checked her datapad. He's being reassigned. Colonial Integration Advisory Board. They want him to write new protocols based on the Zylo's model. Vane smiled. Karras had broken, bent, finally accepted reality. The Empire wanted to replicate the Zylo's success, wanted to integrate other colonies using agricultural contamination instead of military occupation, wanted to spread the harvest across the galaxy. Send him my regards. Tell him I'm available for consultation if he needs guidance on the manual's nuances. Will he accept? Eventually, once he realizes the manual is the only framework that works. Vane sat down at his desk, pulled up his own reports, the integration metrics, the cultural adoption rates, the timeline projections. How long until Zylo's techniques dominate Earth's agricultural sector? Current estimates say 85% market share within 18 months. Near total dominance within 3 years. She paused. The conventional farms can't compete. Zylo's methods are cheaper, faster, and more productive. They're being selected out. Economic natural selection. Agricultural conquest through superior technique. She looked at him. Is that what you intended? Vane considered the question. Thought about the past 6 months. Thought about the restaurant incidents and the Senate committees and the survival zones spreading across every major city. Thought about the handlers teaching Earth farmers how to negotiate with their equipment. Thought about kinetic litigation becoming standard procedure. Thought about the manual being taught in schools alongside mathematics and literacy. I intended to survive, he said finally. The colony intended to spread. We both got what we wanted. The mechanism was agricultural integration. The result is cultural replacement. He paused. In 20 years, Earth culture and Zylo's culture will be indistinguishable. That was always the end point. We just accelerated the timeline. And you're comfortable with that? I'm realistic about it. Comfortable doesn't matter. Inevitable does. Vane looked at the championship belt. I won that belt by following their rules. Now Earth is following their rules. The belt represents what happens when you accept a culture's framework. You become part of that culture, whether you intended to or not. His assistant nodded. She understood. She was wearing a coverall now instead of business attire. Practical clothes, work clothes, clothes suitable for handling living equipment. She'd adapted. Everyone was adapting. The harvest didn't stop. It just grew. Evening came to the core worlds. The sun set over cities where the grass remembered faces and the parks were survival training grounds, where restaurants served food that fought back and protein came with personality, where disputes were settled in circles and senators quoted agricultural manuals during legislation debates. Vane stood on the observation deck of the Agriculture Department building and looked out over the transformed landscape. 6 months. That's all it had taken. 6 months of biological exports and handler training and manual distribution. 6 months of agricultural integration. 6 months of conquest through contamination. His datapad chimed. A message from the gavel. She sent them occasionally. Updates from Zylo's 7. Progress reports. Cultural exchange statistics. This one was brief. Earth is blooming nicely. The seeds have taken root. Tell your people we're proud of their progress. The harvest continues. Vane smiled, sent a reply. The harvest is complete. The garden is growing. Thank you for the heavy machinery. He closed the datapad and looked at the city again. Looked at the survival zones spreading like a green network across the urban landscape. Looked at the circles multiplying in every neighborhood. Looked at the future. It was inevitable. It was practical. It was exactly what he'd signed up for without realizing it. Civilization is a garden, Senator Williams had said during one particularly frustrated committee hearing. You can't just throw seeds at it and expect order. Vane had disagreed, politely, professionally, with citations from the manual. Civilization is a garden, he'd replied. And gardens need heavy machinery. Plows to break the ground, harvesters to gather the yield, equipment that knows how to work the soil. We didn't throw seeds at Earth. We planted them, carefully, deliberately, with 500 years of accumulated agricultural knowledge and very sharp farming equipment. And now the garden was growing, the equipment was working, the harvest was spreading. Earth had won its sovereignty claim, had integrated its lost colony, had brought the colonists home, mission accomplished, treaty fulfilled, debt settled. Earth had also been conquered, culturally, agriculturally, legally. The manual was law, the circle was justice, the equipment was alive and unionized and held grudges. Zylo 7 had won without fighting, had invaded without armies, had conquered through compliance, and Earth had signed the paperwork authorizing every step. Vane looked at his reflection in the observation deck glass, saw the championship belt's outline, saw the man who'd dropped a mech from orbit while reciting agricultural regulations, saw the ambassador who'd brought the harvest home. He'd survived the Zylo's integration by becoming Zylos, and now Earth was becoming Zylos. One carnivorous chicken at a time, one angry tractor at a time, one carefully written loophole at a time. Somewhere in the city below, a restaurant patron was learning not to threaten their salad. A criminal was learning that circles didn't accept appeals. A conventional farmer was learning that living equipment produced better yields. A city council was learning that parks were more effective when they could defend themselves. Earth was learning, adapting, surviving, by becoming something new, something practical, something that held grudges. Vane turned away from the window, walked back to his desk, sat down, opened his final report, the one he'd send to Fleet Command, the one that would explain how a lost colony integration had turned into an agricultural conquest. He wrote, "Integration successful. Earth and Zylo 7 now operate under unified cultural and legal frameworks. Agricultural production up 250%, crime down 90%, civic engagement increased, economic metrics favorable. Recommend expanding Zylo's model to additional colonies. Conquest through compliance proves more effective than traditional military occupation. Lower costs, higher acceptance rates, permanent cultural transformation. The harvest methodology should become imperial standard practice." He paused, reread it, deleted the last paragraph. Too honest, too revealing. Instead he wrote, "Mission complete. Lost colony recovered. Cultural exchange successful. Recommend continued diplomatic relations." Boring, safe, technically accurate. He filed the report, looked at the championship belt one more time, smiled. Civilization is a garden, he thought, and we just brought in the heavy machinery. The end.